Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Thank you for my shirt. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Kids Club.
Once the new evidence came to light, Sheriff Gaylor was adamant that we needed to inform our community as soon as possible.
These were just a few words that the chief of police said at a press conference related to Rachel Morin, which went missing August 5th. However, she was found a day later, bludgeoned to death. Rachel Morin, mother of 5, often found comfort in being outdoors and working out. This was no different August 5th, around 6 p.m. when she went to the Maupaw Heritage Trail in Bel Air, Maryland. Nobody really knows what happened on that trail, but whatever it is, it was really horrible. A teenage girl found her body the next day during search efforts. The horrific scene only can be what is left to imagination.
Her death has grabbed local, state, national, and international headlines.
DNA was located at the scene of the crime.
DNA evidence is part of nearly every modern-day investigation, and in Rachel's case, DNA evidence was collected by our Forensic Services Unit. This DNA evidence has come back as a match, tied to a home invasion and an assault of a young girl in Los Angeles this past March.
This is the first time that we heard of an assailant associated with her case.
Unfortunately, that suspect has not been positively identified, but he did leave behind his DNA. In the video we obtained from the Los Angeles Police Department to be the person that murdered Rachel Morin on August 5th.
Rachel, mother of 5, died a brutal death. Can you help?
And the tip line number is 410-836-7788.
The legacy of the Murdaughs stretch very far in South Carolina. Behind these gates lie deadly secrets. Secrets only Alec Murdaugh himself know. On June 7, 2021, Alec Murdaugh hatched a deadly secret, plotting against his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. But what brought us to this point starts with Mallory Beach. Mallory Beach was killed in a boating accident by Paul Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh's son, and it was going to trial, and Alec was about to pony up financial records. Those financial records were going to uncover a financial scheme hatched by none other than Alec Murdaugh himself. Right before going to court over the boating accident, Alec Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and son Paul were brutally executed at the dog kennels at their home in Low Country, South Carolina, the property known as Moselle. Shortly after the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son Paul, he had a foiled suicide plot at a local church nearby. Alec had a friend try to shoot him in the head region, which again failed, and he went to the hospital where it was a superficial wound, leaving everybody to believe this was a foiled suicide attempt to garner sympathy from the community. This foiled attempt was captured on camera at the local church. Alec Murdaugh received 2 life sentences for the death and murder of his wife Maggie and his son Paul. After Alec's double homicide conviction of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, he has since set his eyes on the clerk of Colton County, Becky Hill. Becky Hill is now come under fire for putting her hands on the scales of justice in an effort to get Alec Murdaugh convicted. Alec Murdaugh's defense team state that Becky Hill put her hands on the scales of justice in an effort to get money for a book deal. Alec Murdaugh has a hearing for a motion for new trial coming up on January 29th. This hearing details how Alec Murdaugh believes Becky Hill, the clerk of Colton County, put her hands on the scales of justice in an effort to get a guilty verdict from the jury. The judge in the matter stated that she will be willing to hear from the jurors and Becky Hill only at the most recent status conference hearing. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories channel as we prepare to go to this hearing to find out whether Alec Murdaugh does indeed get a new trial. Summer Wells went missing on June 15th, 2021. She disappeared from her home at 110 Ben Hill Road in Hawkins County. On her 2-year milestone, we placed this banner on the side of the road. Since she went missing, she hasn't been heard or seen from again. While I was visiting the area, I saw Don Wells working on his truck and asked him if he'd come down and speak to me, which he did. Don Wells and I had a conversation about his daughter Summer Wells and information related to her disappearance. Don Wells maintains that somebody came on the property and took his daughter away. He still believes after all this time she has been abducted. His family came under heavy scrutiny, but they maintained their innocence. One thing Don Wells told me is that they have no new leads into anybody that could have been responsible or is responsible for the disappearance of his daughter Summer Wells. Many people across this country want to know what happened to Summer Wells. Where is Summer? If you have any information related to the disappearance of Summer Wells, you are asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
up, my beautiful people of YouTube and X? And if you wonder what I was saying about Office 2, you see it. Yours truly is coming bedside to each and every one of you this lovely morning. That's why I'm a little darker. Don't have the camera lights up. Don't have the digital stuff working today because, to be honest with you, I have been working here nonstop. Literally, my bed is my office. It was a lot easier to come from here than it was to go and put everything back in the office to do the show. I won't lie. I'm lazy. It's Saturday. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Crime Stories show. We have a lot to go over this morning. First off, the reason why I decided to put Summer Wells in the mix for the intro is because we did get confirmation, for whatever it means to other people, that Allie did pass away. Okay, so I just wanted to take just a few moments to say a few words here. Many of us kind of came together for the Summer Wells case. A lot of us know each other from the Summer Wells case. Some people have been with me from literally the beginning of my journey in the true crime genre, which started with Gabby Petito. When I met the people out there in Kingsport, Tennessee, and in Rogersville, Tennessee, one of the things, we weren't going to get involved in this case. We were told that the hollers of Tennessee were too dangerous. Now that we've been around the block a time or two, we're told we're going to be attacked like literally every case we go to. So it's falling on deaf ears at this point, right? But at this time, we were very green. We didn't, this was I think our third case that we had ever covered. We were so diligent in our work. We were very eager. We were aggressive at finding answers. And we went out here and we didn't even get funding for this. If it wasn't for MGL, I don't think we would have even been able to go out there because the people that were funding our trips at the time, we had to raise money because we were, we had no money. This was kind of something that we were all doing. But the people that raised funds for us wouldn't do it because they didn't want to be responsible if something happened to us. This is what we were being told, that it was horribly dangerous out there in Rogersville, that Beach Creek was a very dangerous place to be. But we still went out there and did it. And I'm so glad we did, because one thing we found out is that the people of this area were just very kind, generous, and gracious, all of them. The people out on the hill, of course, we butted heads with because we were rowdy, we were loud, we were, trying to find answers. So there were a few things, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, even the people that, were a little disgruntled, we were fine with, they were just wanting us to pipe it down or whatnot. No big deal. But everybody out there really cared for this little girl. And when we met Allie for the first time, she didn't know us from Adam, guys. There's a swarm of people that just kind of saw her on a sidewalk and just got out of the cars with cameras rolling, okay? Her family was so kind. They could have told us, started screaming at us. They could have, just were very, very disgruntled. They could have just done a whole host of other things, but they didn't. They sat there and talked to us and put everything out on the table, which is exactly what Don and Candace should have been doing this entire time, which they still haven't. But they put everything out on the table, whether it looked good or bad or indifferent, just for the sake of this baby girl. They told us everything we wanted to know, whether it made them look bad or not. They just wanted answers. Allie and I kept in contact with each other up until I want to say maybe a year ago. Things started getting intense, for the channel and everything like that. And it wasn't that we didn't talk. It's just that, things got away from me. When I was in Tennessee, this is why I beat myself up, because even Olivia and I were talking about reaching out to her just to check on her, not to go out there and interview her. Of course, we would be open to it if that was the case, naturally. But that wasn't our primary focus. Our primary focus was to take care, just to take care of seeing her and seeing how she's been doing. But things had happened. There was a lot of craziness on the last trip to Tennessee. Just everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. It was just one of those trips. So the trip kind of got away from me, and I never got around to reaching out to her or speaking to her. So I'm kind of a little, heartbroken over that, because I'm never going to have that opportunity. And it was always an agreement with us that once everything came down the pike, she wanted to tell her story, her full story to the world about what happened and what she knew. And that's never going to take place publicly, obviously. So I'm really heartbroken that she's gone. She was a really nice lady, no matter what you thought about her personality, the person she was. Whether, again, a lot of people on social media that want to say nasty things about her and stuff like that have never met this lady. Okay. There's a few of us that have taken our time out to meet her. And I could promise you that Chris McDonough will probably say the exact same thing about her. He had an opportunity to meet her, speak to her. She's just a nice person. She's a caring person. And she really loved her family. And that's more important than anything. And one of the reasons we all came together here recently was to raise money for Hunter, because we assumed his mother was dead. He said she was gone. And that statement, in my opinion, is true. No matter what anybody wants to say about him, I'm not saying he's a good kid and he's made all the right decisions or anything like that. But when he came to the world and said his mama was gone, he was being honest. His mama was gone. She wasn't there anymore. Her body was being left on life support. She was being kept alive by artificial means. Had it not been for those artificial means, she would not be here. She was gone. She was gone then. And if anybody's ever dealt with, brain trauma, brain death, they tell you like that. She's gone. That's how they kind of, she's not there anymore. Her body, they'll explain it to you. Her body is being kept alive by these machines. She's gone. So I just wanted to clear the air with that. I don't want, I know we have our opinions, but I think at this point, I do love Allie and respect her, even in death. And it's very hard. And I, no matter what, didn't say anything bad about her son, and I'm not going to. I hope he gets his life together. I hope for the sake of his mother, that he does the right thing and does everything that she fought for him to be able to do. And that's to be a productive member of the society and to live life and be happy. That's all she wanted for her son. This event almost robbed her of that. She said her son has never been the same since that day. And I truly believe her words, despite what Hunter may say now. So with that being said, I just want to take a few moments for silence. I know you guys are probably writing in the chat. I can't even see your comments yet. We'll get to them in a second. So I just wanted to take a few moments, if everybody would like to join in with me, just for a moment of silence. I want to thank you all that chose to have that moment of silence. Good morning, Southern Grammy. It's nice to see you this morning. Bullhorn Betty is present. Manic Mama T is up in the house. Skittles crime. Okay, I'm going to blow your mind, okay? If you guys didn't watch the beginning of the chat, I know we have a lot of people in the chat right now, but Skittles crime just told me. I'm saying good morning, happy Saturday morning. It is Sunday where she's at. Sunday. It blew my mind. It's hard to believe that it's Sunday somewhere in this world. And it's a true fact. Like, we know that is a fact, but for some reason, when we hear it in chat or we experience it for the first time, I don't know. It's a little shocking. I have to be honest with you. And even though I don't have the soundboard, I just want to let you know we still have buttons to push. Yeah, baby. Not as good. I know it's not hooked up, but you have to listen through the microphone on the computer. I don't even have the microphone in here. Nothing. I'm flying blind over here, guys. The real me too. It's good to see you. Sorry, it's hard to, after having such a somber opening. Golly, I don't like that. It's such a beautiful Saturday morning. We need to get right. But I did want to have a few words to say about Allie. It just doesn't feel right not to. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Who do we have up in the house? Jules, good morning. Cynthia, good morning. Southern Grammy, it's nice to see you. Angie, good morning. Julia T, it's nice to see you up in the house. Everybody's waking and baking first thing in the morning. First thing in the morning. Drew's up in the house. It's nice to see you. Rachel, coming to us from Wales, UK. Well, good morning. I don't know what time. It's probably not morning. I'm learning it's probably not morning everywhere, okay? So it's probably what, evening for you, afternoon? I don't know. Probably noon. It's nice to see you. Welcome, by the way. Welcome. I am Team Summer is in the house. Good morning. JB's mama, Lady 7-Up, had an appointment, but she did want to stop by and say hi to everybody. Our beautiful fan lady. Thank you for your love and support. A member for 1 month. I think she was one of the first. Thank you, and God bless you. I love the support. Thank you. And Tammy, I wanted to throw this up here because this is such a pretty little. This just melted my heart. What a great way to start out Saturday, right? What a great way to start out Saturday. I love it. Thank you so much for those kind words. Thank you. Who else do we have? Let me get down past all our chatting this morning. TLC is me. Paralegal Liz is up in the house. I'm going to get to meet Paralegal Liz. Yay! Where's my clappy hands? Crowd cheer. Yay! It's going to be great. I'm happy. Okay, shut up, people. You're taking away my sunshine. Shut up. No, I'm just joking. Turtle Madness, it's nice to see you. Michelle, it's nice to see you as well. Our beautiful, sweet Misery. If you haven't been over to her channel, please go over there and sub it up for our beautiful, followed by our beautiful Sonia. And it is coming up to that heart day. You know, I got to tell you, your daughters, your mamas, your fam, get those heirlooms, those custom little gifts for Valentine's Day. Show your loved one how much you care. Reach out to Sonia. We know you guys aren't very creative, okay? You know what you do when you're not very creative and you want to do something special? You go to somebody that's creative, right? And Sonia is ultra talented. I gotta tell you, she's been dressing Bullhorn Betty now for a year, okay? She's got style, okay? I'm just saying, she's got style. Nice to see you. I think everybody else too. I think I said hi to you, Michelle. Oh, Penny's in the house. Nice to see you, Penny. I know we had a lot of people chatting this morning. So if I missed any of Emma M, it's nice to see you as well. La Mala. Hopefully I said that. Oh, look who I haven't seen that name in here in a while. Well, Diesel, it's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well this Saturday morning. You must be snowed in. I'm just joking. Put an end to the hate. Good morning, love. I hope you're doing well this morning. It's nice to see you. West Virginia, holla girl. Nice to see you too, honey. I think we're just about down to the end. If I did miss you by chance, I'm really super sorry. Margaret, I see you. Lulu's Nana, good morning. I think that's about it. Sugar Plum, good morning. I see you. And I can never pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can never pronounce your name. So good morning. I'm going to call you SD. Like, I don't know. Let's just call you S. I don't know what to call you. If you could pronunciate your name and maybe like, I don't know, maybe I can say it better. I'm so sorry. I remember Sean, she had to do that to me because she spells her name a little different as well. Mason, it's nice to see you. Oh, nice to see you. Well, welcome. It's nice to have you here. I'm crazy, so don't worry about it. If you're crazy, then I'll make you feel sane. It's like, you know, I've got a fake reputation to uphold. I need to stop. Kat in the chat, it's nice to see you. I think that's about it. Did I say? Oh, Steffers, our original coffee bean. It's nice to see you, love. Nice to see you. Shannon, good morning. Our resident defense attorney, Mike Stevens, up in the house. Angela, it's nice to see you. Wow, you guys are all coming in late. What's going on here? Why are you guys oversleeping? Mad Chatter, Kelly, it's nice to see you. GG for life. Aw, thank you for the love and support, sweet Misery. It's nice to see you. And I can't even speak. Angel, it's nice to see you in here. Good morning. Good morning. Every time I think I'm almost to the end, I'm not. It just keeps going and going and going. Blue, Victorian, Mermaid, it's nice to see you. I'm at the end. Yay! Yay! All right, I'm done. So we know, for many of you that are just coming in here that don't know much about the Michael Monkey Vaughan case, Summer Wells went missing June 15th, 2021. And she just kind of stole everybody's hearts. Well, about 45 days after she disappeared, a little boy from Fruitland, Idaho also disappeared. The unfortunate thing about Michael's case is because Summer's case was going on at the time, his case didn't get a whole lot of attention, the attention that it should have gotten at the very beginning. We started combining them together to try to get more attention to the Michael Vaughan case by attaching it to the Summer Wells case. So we were talking about the Summer Wells case and the parents of the Summer Wells case, and then we would segue over to how Brandy Neal's acting as opposed to, say, Summer Wells. So we were able to kind of fuse those together a little bit to get Michael Monkey Vaughan the attention his case rightfully needed. So me personally didn't get involved with the Michael Monkey Vaughan case right away because, again, I was working Summer Wells' case. I never really thought that the parents, actually, let me back up again. On July 27th, 2021, when Michael Monkey Vaughan disappeared, his mother had just left for work, just a few hours before. This was normal and customary. The kids, Michael, as well as his baby sister, would stay with their father. Their father would take care of them. Grandpa was home as well. It was kind of like a sandwich family. So Grandpa lived in the house with mom, dad, and two kids, right? The younger one and the older one. Now, for whatever reason, I almost think there was another child, but I can't remember if it was like a stepchild or not. But either way, it was just the two kids. We're just going to focus on the two kids for right now. They were the ones that were home at the time. Yes, there were two older kids. I remember that because one of them was also home at the time when Michael disappeared. So his father was watching him, and he has been known to get out of the house before, okay? It's never been a big deal. He's gotten out of the house. He was 5 years old. He was, he has the name of Monkey, right? Our children don't get nicknames from parents, unless they earned it, right? So he was just a normal, curious, rambunctious little boy. And he got out of the house, and he always would go over to like the neighbors to see if the other kids would play with him. And there was older kids. I can tell you that this community is not one where if your child gets out of the house, you should be worrying that something's going to happen to him other than him getting, falling and skinning his knee. That this neighborhood is not that kind of neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood, nice people. Some of those people have lived there for generations. I met a gentleman down the road, and he raised all of his children in his home. He said he had never heard of anything like this ever in their small community. Ever. There was a lot of details that came out in the beginning of this case, with a car that they couldn't identify, a man walking by the splash pad. There was just a few oddities that were causing concern. And thank goodness there were. That Fruitland, even though it's a very small community, they do have technology, They had Wi-Fi, they had door cameras, they had street cameras. So they're really policing that area responsibly, in my opinion, for it being such a small community. Again, a lot of our smaller rural communities don't have, just standard services that we in our communities are accustomed to. Look at Rogersville, Tennessee. We can't even make a phone call in an emergency. The phones don't work. There's no internet. So they've got some good stuff out there that they were able to, acquire a lot of information. And J.D. Huff, the police chief out there, is just, he's a really good guy. And he kept a lot of stuff under wraps. He was really amazing because he was able to arrest Stacy Wondra and Sarah Wondra without us even having an inkling of a clue that the Wondras were even under investigation. Now, we did, when Dolly and I went out there, we were working with some sources, and those sources were providing us some, a little more information than, say, you were getting on your social media, or, we had a source that had some type of tap into some behind the scenes conversations, and I'll leave it at that. So we didn't have direct information, but we had a list of homes, a list of, not even home addresses, list of house numbers. A lot of these house numbers had the same thing because it would be like 1102 8th Street or 1102 9th Street or 9th Avenue or whatever, they would have some of the same house numbers. So it was still, even though we had house numbers of people that weren't cooperating or police hadn't spoken to yet, we didn't have their addresses. And so it was still a needle in the haystack trying to figure out which houses are not cooperating, which houses need to be knocked, because there are several houses, there are at least, several houses that have the same house number on them, if I recall correctly. I mean, I was out there a significant time ago, well over a year, maybe even 2 years ago at this point. I can't remember. But we learned about Stacy and Sarah Wondra when I got a source called me and said there's been an arrest at the sheriff's office, an arrest made. You need to call. And I'm like, that was literally all the information I got. And so I called up there and I'm like, do you guys have somebody that's been arrested? And they're like, I said, and I can't even remember if I had their name, if the source gave me their name or what the charge was. I really can't remember. And I remember calling up there and they dropped the bomb on me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, naturally, an arrest like that, I just naturally assumed, which was a horrible assumption for me, but I just naturally assumed that an arrest like this, they would have already told the parents. I would have thought that the warrant would have been signed and the phone call would have been made to the parents saying, hey, we're about to make this arrest, and just kind of explain to the parents the process. I naturally, that's what I'm accustomed to here. It's what I'm accustomed to in different locations. So obviously her not knowing about it or not being, informed prior to the arrest was something I wasn't accustomed to dealing with. However, I knew I wasn't a show that Brandy Neal watched. She had never been in my chat. So I went ahead and went live with this breaking news information, which it was breaking news information on a case that I was covering on a personal respect in searching and posting flyers, but also in a journalistic respect by, bringing the story to this channel. And what had happened is the law enforcement didn't tell her that Sarah Wondra had been arrested for the failing to report the death of a child or a person, I think was the charge. And it just, the streets of YouTube blew up. But, and then one of these channel people that had a better relationship with her literally called her and played that on live tape and literally broadcasted her breakdown on her show. And then try to turn around and blame it on me. And I'm like, this lady doesn't even watch my show. I didn't do this to her. You did. Like, even with Layla Santinello, we had a gal come into our chat room and say, I think I saw her. We didn't call Layla's mother on our live broadcast to record and get the content of her reaction to that news. I had one of my contacts reach out to her contact to inform her of the information, so she can process the information privately. Something like this that is dealing with somebody's child, I don't understand why anybody would parade that on this shocking information. I understand we want interviews, we want to learn about things, all those different things. I understand that absolutely. I'm the same way. But shocking news and emotional news to a parent, something like this, I thought that was really, really in poor judgment. I truly believe that the creator wasn't intending to do that. I think she just didn't like me and wanted to try to call me out, but she hurt somebody very badly in the process. And I still think she tries to blame me for that. But again, you can't blame somebody for something that they didn't do. I didn't tell that to Brandy, and Brandy didn't see that on my show. She saw it on yours, and she was told by you. So you're going to have to take responsibility for that at some point, in my opinion. But I digress with that. Either way, we fast forward. Brandy didn't know me. She didn't, she had heard horrible things about me. But this lady chose to meet and sit down with both me and Dolly and give us an interview. And again, when we went out there, she handed us a box of flyers too. Like she, even though she was terrified, she thought, everybody told her I'm coming to her house with a bullhorn. And first of all, I don't go to everybody's house with a bullhorn. You're a piece of garbage that hurts children. Yeah, you might see me in the front of your, on public property, but yeah, in front of your house, right? As I'm recording. So, those are very few and far between. But for the most part, we're there to try to help the families. When the families become cooperative with law enforcement and things like that, yeah, we may have a different strategy, but that wasn't the case with Brandy. Brandy had always been open. She had been out there weeks after. This woman was exhausted by the time we got to her, and it had already been a year. She never stopped going. Brandy Neal never, ever stopped going. So now we're going to fast forward to the fact that, we do now know that Sarah Wondra is in jail. We then learned that Stacey Wondra had been in jail for unrelated gun charges in a different holding facility. And so everybody started looking into this case. The very first interview I think we had with some of these people was a content creator had interviewed Brandon Shurtleff. Brandon Shurtleff kind of described their day. What happened that day, he kind of teetered back and forth that he was seeing Sarah in this matter. But we heard from him, and we've never really heard from Sarah. But Stacy has recently been released from jail, and he realizes that everything Brandon and other people have been saying about him being responsible, because in Brandon's statement to this content creator, he basically said that, him, Sarah, and Adrian all have this like alibi because they were all together, but, Stacy was home alone. He never told us. I don't remember if he told us about the fair. I need to go back and listen to that interview again. But anyways, fast forwarding forward, the first revelation that Stacy was willing to talk was on Crime, Lies, and Lines, or whatever it was. And I had to leave because her mods, as well as her, were so rude to me that I just left. And I figured, I'll get my own interview at a later time. But I really was curious as to what he had to say. So I was really, really happy that Dolly Vision was able to get this interview with him. I trust Dolly Vision's work. I've seen him work myself. I know that he crafts good questions. I know he always seems to get the answers, and I love the fact that he always stays really even in his interviews. You're banned from my channel. Have a nice day. Yeah, okay. Dolly, you got to troll. I know that's not him because, to be honest with you, there's no wrench next to his name. Now, is there? Quit impersonating people for clout, okay? Nobody likes you. Nobody, who is behind that? It's childish, but, so are the felons here on, felons here on YouTube. Sorry about that. Misspeaking and all. So anyway, Stacy's come out. I loved Dolly's interview. We're going to watch Dolly's interview now. We're going to go over it. I made notes. Notes. No. I made notes. I got notes here. Okay. I got notes. I went back. I rewinded. That hour interview probably took me 3 hours yesterday to get through. I'm listening. I'm listening to every single detail, right? I'm listening to every single detail. I'm going to end up having to go back and listen to see if there's any statements that were stated differently from one interview to the other, which kind of drives me nuts because I will never go back to her channel after this. I will tell you that. I've never treated her horribly. I've always been nice to her. I've always been nice about her chat. And for her moderators to treat me as bad as they did, and then to follow up with her to treat me as bad as they did, and then her not even apologize for that. She's lost all. She has no integrity, which is also probably indicative of her flip flop here recently as well. But I digress. Let's go ahead and get to Dolly Vision's interview with him. We're going to go through it. A little, let me get past his introduction. He's really been stepping up the game with the introduction. Holler, Dolly. Nice. For some reason, I just don't believe it's all you. Okay, call me crazy. I just don't believe it's all you. Behind every good man. I'm just saying. Now, where's my laughies? Oh, that's an applause. There it is. There you go. I can't not push buttons. It's just not in my wheelhouse, folks. All right, there's the man with the plan. Let's get this party started. And for doing this, and he did a very good job.
What is going?
He did. I really do. I like the fact that, if anybody knows anything, be Betty fan. Oh, thank you. All of our beautiful fans are now getting their 1 month milestone. I love it. Thank you. And God bless. Thank you. God bless you. Before we get started, I just want to say a big shout out to Dolly Vision for doing this. I thought he did a very, very thorough job of this interview, walking through the timeline, making sure he understood making sure that Stacy understood the questions. He wasn't trying to do any trickery. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't trying to do any trickery. And I love that about him. All he really wanted was just the information, and the way that it was crafted and brought to us, I thought was very well done. So let me do I have a cheer? Let me do an applause. I don't know how long this is going to be, but Dolly deserves it. There. Okay. It wasn't that right. I didn't go for the full cheer. Okay. All right. Now let's get started.
Going on YouTube? It is good to see everybody back jumping in the chat room. There's like 500-600 of you here already. If you're just tuning in, make sure you smash that like button. We have a guest with us tonight, Mr. Stacy Wondra. Stacy, how you doing tonight?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. It's a pleasure to have you here. Now, guys in the chat, I want to let you know that Stacy wants to speak out to try to clear his name about some of the things that have been said. Now, I want you guys in the chat to be very respectful while he is here. Okay?
It's lagging, like his lips aren't syncing quite right on my end. I'm not sure exactly why. Let's see, let's change some settings. I don't know, but it's just not syncing on my end. But just bear with it. Just listen to the words. That's really
so. Stacy, now I know we got to go back a little bit in time, and you're willing to jump into the. Oh, hold on, he's back. We lost you for a second. Now you're willing to jump in the DeLorean, do 88 miles an hour with me tonight. We go back a little bit in time to the day all this that's transpiring now would have occurred on, which would have been July 27th. 2021.
I won't.
Just basically tell me how to.
Okay, before we get started, I won't be able to watch chat because I am on. We're in Office 2, so I don't have the second screen up. So I've got to constantly bounce back and forth. That's why I'm taking myself off the screen, and I'm just going to be talking behind the scenes and pausing it on the other screen. So if you have any questions, please save those. I'll pop back over here when we start having some conversation, because there are some places that I need to stop at in this interview and kind of expand on. So just bear with me, but hold the comment or hold the questions until I'm back with you guys, if you could do that favor for me. And we've got almost 200 people in chat right now. If you have not, do me a solid and go out there and do a thumbs up. I greatly appreciate it. God bless you.
Day started. How did your day start that day, and what was going on that day? Anything different than any other day?
Not at all. Nothing different. I mean, it was I'm pretty sure it was a sunny day. There was, the routine started the same as every other day. Got up out of bed, get some coffee, had some breakfast.
Now, when you woke up that morning, who was at your house that morning that you woke up?
Brandon, Adrian, and Sarah.
Okay, so Brandon, Adrian, Sarah, and Stacy were at the home that morning because they all were staying there at the time. So all four of them were there. He's saying that so far the morning is normal and customary, and they were all there. I'm pointing that out because there are 4 persons of interest that law enforcement has put on posters, and all 4 of them are the faces that we saw on those posters.
So, you're married to Sarah, right? Are you still married to her?
No, getting the divorce finalized this week.
Okay, so you're getting divorce finalized this week. So from there, what happened? You get up, you eat breakfast, a normal day, and you're in what? You're in a cab business.
Taxi company, yeah.
So you run a taxi company, and you run that out your home right there in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And is it, from my understanding, is that business ran through Craigslist?
No.
How was your business? How did you advertise your business? Was it something that
we had a bunch of business cards? Business cards. We had a Facebook page. We had.
So I think what he's saying is he had other means. He wasn't part of Lyft. He wasn't part of Uber. They had this local business place that they could publish. They had Facebook. I'm probably sure Google Maps. Google Maps is a great way to advertise a business. So there are ways that you can do without going to Uber and Lyft, just FYI. And it sounds like that's what he's talking about.
I think we might have advertised one time on Craigslist offering rides, but
so it's kind of a word of mouth, small business that you was running out of your house.
Exactly.
So on this day, after you had breakfast, did you get a call for a ride or something of that nature?
Yeah. Sarah was the one that was in charge of taking the calls. She took a phone call and then asked me if I wanted to go do it. It was from Ontario to Boise Airport. It was good money for us. It was $150 one way. One way,
okay. So do you remember about what time of day that you took that first cab ride?
So this is going to be very interesting, his response. If you guys are taking notes, I know some of you guys in this chat are note takers. You probably already seen this, but may not have taken the notes because you were paying attention to the actual interview. That was my problem. That's why I had to stop and go back, because I was listening to the actual interview. What? Are we having some problems here? That's not going to happen. Okay. So I'll let my mods deal with the chat. I'm not in the chat. So guys, sink or swim. That's all I got to say. Be nice to each other. For those that are new to the Bullhorn Betty channel, I just want to let you know what the rules of the chat are. So we're kind of a chill, a chill chat. We just kind of talk about these cases. We say what we mean what we say. We don't necessarily parrot each other's opinion of the cases, but this should be a free place so people can express their opinions without people getting nasty with them. So we ask you guys not to be a Richard. What does it mean not to be a Richard? Not to be a Richard means don't be a dick, okay? Mean what you say what you mean, but don't say it mean. We realize there are some topics in here that do get a little emotionally charged, and we have a system to handle people that are just, just need to settle down a little bit. And we understand that happens. So just please just be kind to one another. There's enough hate out there in the world, and that's why we do the chat the way we do it. So if you guys can be respectful of it, please enjoy it. Enjoy communicating and talking and providing your perspective and opinions about these cases. But just please do it respectfully. We're all in the same boat. We're all just trying to find information out. And, we're all just one big happy family here. So let's just keep everything nice, cool, collective, and good, right? And let's be kind to one another. That's all that's required here. Kindness. It's pretty sad that's really the only rules. Like, all you got to do is be kind. It seems like it's a difficult task for some people. Shocking.
I left till about 1 o'clock.
So you left for about 1, and you were going for how long?
So remember that for the people that are taking notes. 1 p.m. is an important number.
Do you think you was gone for on that first cab ride that morning?
How long was I gone, you said?
Yeah, for the first one that you took. How long was your first trip?
I mean, I only took one ride that day. Sarah was gone. The morning time, she took Adrian to Napa or Boise or wherever they went. But
that is corroborated, because I'm pretty sure Brandon said about the same thing, that they left earlier that morning. I want to say, if I had to guess, and I don't want to put a specific, I know he gave a specific time that they left, but for me, I can only remember 8:30, 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9:30, somewhere that hour range time, if I had to guess. But I remember Brandon saying something to that same sentiment. So I believe this portion of the interview so far.
I know I only did one run, and I left about 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I got back about 4:30.
Before you left, like when you got up, what was the mood in the house like? What was everybody doing? Was they just sitting around?
Peaceful.
What were they talking about? Anything unusual? Anything strange? Or nothing out of the normal?
Not at all.
So you left. Did you leave before Sarah left, or did Sarah leave before you?
She was gone before me.
Okay, so you were there when she left with Adrian. So Brandon, he was still at the house.
No, Brandon, Sarah, and Adrian went to Napa or Boise.
Okay, they all went together.
Although Boise, I'm sorry.
Okay, and then shortly after you left to take the that cab trip.
Now, just to kind of give you guys some information, the story that Brandon said was really kind of weird too, because if I recall correctly, Adrian was going there to see his kid or meeting somebody there. And we'll have to go back and look at that Brandon stuff, because he talks about the stuff that Stacy knows nothing about, like what Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon were doing when they weren't with Stacy. So it's a very interesting and informative live. So I'll have to review that, and then we'll play that.
Okay. So when you come back in the neighborhood, do you know about what time it is?
Got back like after the taxi run, or after?
Yeah, after the taxi run.
Vehicle. Like 4:30.
So you got back about 4:30. All right.
Correct.
So when you got back home, was anybody there?
No, it was just me.
Okay, just you.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, Sarah and Brandon were home.
Okay, so they were already back from dropping Adrian off in either Boise or where was it you said?
All over Napa. I don't know exactly where they were. Their stories never match up. So
I don't know if their stories never matched. Well, he may have more information than we do about what Sarah's story is. We heard Brandon's story. We have Brandon's story. We have what he says happened. The two people that I don't know, and maybe somebody else might have them. If Sarah has provided an interview to someone about this, specifically about the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, I'd like to see it. If you could send me the URL to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. And also the other person that was kind of elusive, that nobody could ever really find where he was. We knew he was He had came from California. We knew he was in Idaho. There was even some talk about potentially Oregon or something like that. When it came to Adrian Lucen, that's the one that I don't know. I work very, very hard, and not saying that I'm the best investigator when it comes to people, but I looked very hard to try to locate this guy, this Adrian Lucen. And I could never find him. Like, all of his social media accounts weren't used for like years. It was just, but I haven't looked for him in a significant amount of time. But when I was hot and heavy in the Michael Monkey Vaughn case, I looked at every aspect of it, and I just could not locate this man. Nowhere. I knew where Brandon was. I knew where Stacy was, and I knew where Sarah was, but I never was able to ever locate, or just to say, oh, he went here in 2019, or just something. I never in my life had even seen anything. So anyways, I digress on that issue. So I just want to recap so far. Everything has been nice this particular morning. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing causing cause for alarm when he got up, which is a little weird, because now that I'm thinking about it, he said he got up and all four of them that were there. I guess the one question is, what time did he get up? And because he just said all four of them were there, but that they left. I think that they left before he did. It may have been what he was trying to convey, but it almost sounded like they were gone when he woke up, but he said they were there when he woke up. I don't know. I was a little confused. I'll have to go back and review that. But everything was there. He left at 1 p.m., he says, around 1 p.m., and he had a trip, but he didn't say where he was starting from, but maybe he said Ontario to Boise, Idaho, to the airport, and it was $150 fare, and he arrived back home between 4 and 4:30 on July 27th. And when he arrived back home between 4 and 4:30, Brandon and Sarah were back because they had dropped Adrian off. But I remember with Brandon, I don't remember the details. It's hazy, but I remember that they all went several different places. And then I also remember him saying something to the effect of him and Sarah went to a specific place and they were by themselves for a while and then went back and picked Adrian up. And I think that was his, and then they went and dropped him off somewhere else, but I can't remember those details. Those details are missing out of my brain, but I remember I can kind of see that action going on. So it sounds like Adrian never, when he got up that morning and left the house with Sarah and Brandon, he never returned back to the house, according to the statements that we have from Brandon and Stacy. Because again, I haven't spoke to Sarah or Adrian, and I haven't seen any information from either of those that I've been able to preview, or like Dolly's interview here, just be able to look at and analyze and just listen to.
So, okay. It's funny you say the stories don't match up, because I noticed one thing in the News 7 interview that you did. You really said that, you couldn't believe that Sarah or Brandon would do something like this. But Adrian, you kind of had your doubts about, and she glossed over that. My curiosity is this: what made you think that they wouldn't do this, but Adrian might? That was my curiosity, because I wanted to hear you speak a little more on that. What made you think that, they wouldn't do it, but Adrian might? Is there something about this guy that stands out to you that may be a little different?
Yeah,
or
he's got an infamous history of human trafficking.
So that statement right there was pretty interesting. And, I just don't understand. Right. He said he thought Adrian might be capable at this app. I'm not sure what that means. But yeah, and he right. He said he thought Adrian might be capable of it I think you meant at the time, maybe. I don't know. It said at the APP. Was that a mistype or something? I'll let you respond to that. But you're right. but again, everybody here is saying that Adrian was dropped off that morning. He never came back to the house. It wasn't later until the later afternoon that Michael Vaughn disappeared. So it almost eliminates Adrian as a person of interest. So it makes me wonder why law enforcement, had his photo up as a person of interest in this case. Yes, thanks, Betty. He was dropped off. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. What does it say here? What's scary is I don't think it was their first time because some was from a different state. There we go. That's true. That's true. And not only that, but you know what I found odd here is, listen to this and call me. I mean, it's kind of almost conspiracy theorist in the slightest bit, because there's a statement Don Wells said, and that statement was something to the effect of how he has been at a house in California that sold, summers. Okay. And everybody thought that was odd, because how many people do we really know that has ever seen anything like that? Like, you've got to be in, like, I mean, I was low, but not that low. You know what I'm saying? And California, it comes back to California. And then we know that Adrian is from California. And then we're hearing this stuff about him being notorious into this HT type of situation, or ST type of situation. It just, California in both of these cases has been associated with this type of transaction in both of these cases, Summer Wells and Michael Monkey Vaughn. It's just a little uneasy. You know what I'm saying? It's a little uneasy. And we know people are here preying on our children, that we have to keep a close eye on them. Literally, they are everywhere now. They are literally everywhere. It's awful. Let's see. Good. Oh, hey, Just Dab. Nice to see you. In my opinion, they could have took Monkey before they dropped him off. It's possible if their timelines add up, because Michael Monkey Vaughn was definitely the afternoon, because his mom didn't even leave home that day. If I remember, like noon, she had to go to work and be at Albertsons. So she left around noon or something like that, if I recall, if I had to go off my memory, and was at work. And she was only there for, I want to say, you guys are going to have to correct me on this, but I want to say a couple hours to a few hours before she got a call that he was missing. And that's kind of when her whole entire life flipped upside down. Is Betty ever getting the main channel back? Because I still get charged for it. Well, you can keep that channel. It doesn't really matter. It's still open and active. It's just that everybody has kind of moved their memberships over here and is over here. So that's really the only reason why I'm not back on that channel right now. So yeah, the channel will be back. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, because we're all kind of here. So it's like, once it's converted, I don't want to confuse the audience. Everybody's already converting over here. So it's just one of those things. I'm kind of in a quagmire. I don't know what to do. So yeah, that's really it. That's really it. No worries. But it's nice to see you, Dixie. You can change your membership over here, or you can keep it over there. It really doesn't matter. At this point, just doesn't matter. So, it's still, and just a FYI, it's still supporting the channel, no matter which membership count. It doesn't. It's still supporting the channel, so it's supporting the cause. And I think that's where we left off, is that he starts talking about how he's known notoriously for the HT. It's a little concerning that a guy like that was in this community. And a guy like that in this community, a boy just so happens to disappear. I just, it feels uneasy. And the person that was notorious for this HT happens to not be there that day either, happens to leave that exact same day. You know, it doesn't matter whether he left in the morning, doesn't matter whether he left in the afternoon. The bottom line is somebody that was notorious for HT and ST was in the community where a boy disappeared on the same day that that same guy disappeared. I mean, if you look at it like that, it's got red flags, bells, everything, alarm bells just going off when you put it in, you know, couch it like that. But if you think about it, that is truth. Let's listen to how he learned about this. Oh, let me change it back.
Of how are you aware? How are you aware of his?
The detectives informed me.
Okay, while you was in jail. Now you wasn't in jail for nothing to do with Michael Monkey Vaughn. You was in jail for charges.
Possession of a firearm.
Yeah, unrelated charges. So you was already in jail. Okay, I understand that. So
it's hard for me to believe, you know, he seems that you know, you're looking at Stacy in this and he seems docile, right? He doesn't seem like somebody that you would perceive as a person that's a felon and cannot own a gun. Me looking at him, I would never think, you know, and we do, let's be honest, everybody is judged upon their appearance and stuff, and otherwise, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, admit it or whatever, I'm going to admit that it's true. And people are, oh, well, it's just true for you. Okay, well, that's your opinion. But you know, he doesn't look like somebody that I would connect to a felon that can't own a gun, in just my opinion.
You get back home, Brandon and Sarah are there at the house. What is going on when you get there? Are they just hanging out? Are they watching TV?
Yeah, just hanging out. I don't even remember if we had a TV during that day, that time frame, but because Sarah had really bad fucking, I don't know, psychological issues. She would, one point she'd be like, oh, TV's for the devil. It's, you know, it's all blah, 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 blah. And then one minute she'd be, oh, we can get a TV now. So we really never had a TV more than maybe 2 or 3 months at a time.
And I want to say one other thing is when I'm looking at Stacy and hearing him describe Sarah, they both look like they would be easily manipulated or swayed, in my opinion, to do something or not do something. I don't know their personalities, but just by the interaction that I've seen with Stacy, he seems like he would be easily to manipulate or sway, in my opinion. I think somebody that was crafty would be able and be very successful at doing that. I'm not sure what your opinions are, but that's my opinions. He is in the meds. Yeah, possibly. What else do we have? The family was likely routine because it was a safe place. Yeah, I think everybody's was, you know, it's a bedroom community. I would not be surprised if they stocked this. If they stocked this beforehand, I don't know what that means. Well, he just said that he left at 1 and they left before him. So that is after 12. Yeah, it could be interpreted that way, Michelle. You're right. Because I'm going off at the morning time by Brandon's interview, and we haven't looked at that one yet. We need to go back and look at that one. That one was from like, golly, a year or two ago, something like that. I can't recall, but I think it was like a year or two ago.
Before I get too far into it, what would you say the mental state of Sarah is? Do you think is she
mentally unstable?
Mentally unstable, but would you say does she understand right from wrong?
I think she's capable of it.
That is a problem for me. You know, that really kind of hones in on the fact if he's saying this about her after being with her for 6 years, I think is what he's going to be saying, later in this video. He would probably know her very, very well. And he's saying this about her, that, she's got some issues and that she may have issues knowing right from wrong. She could. So that tells me it seems like somebody that would be easily swayed. And I'm saying this because I want, as we're talking about this, I want us to take note of that. I don't know why it's important. I don't know if it's going to be important, but it seems like it's something that we need to pay attention to, the mental well-being of both, all four of these persons of interest. Is there maybe somebody that is the shot caller, or if you will? I don't know if that exists in this case or not. I'm just saying that now that I can hear Stacy speaking, and I see there were some times when Dolly asked questions and Stacy would get a little confused. So it's a little telling. So I just want to make sure, were these two people, it's possible they were used and manipulated, which people down on their luck that have no problem doing that, or say somebody that's ultra manipulative saying does HT and ST, you'd have to think that person knows the game, knows how to play people, right? Gets in their life. It could be, right? It just could be possibility. I'm just throwing some possibilities out there. I was talking with a cab business, and they could watch people in the area kind of like BTK. Ooh, interesting. That's very interesting. Very interesting perspective. Creepy perspective. Gives me kind of the EBGBs. I know what you mean when you say that about them being easily persuaded. Yeah, I just feel like I keep watching them, and that's just one of the things that just really is coming to my head. Just like these, even the whole felony thing, him being a felon. How did he become a felon? What did he do? And was he talked into it, or who put that in his mind? Because some people are, their mental illness is like they don't really think or craft things in their head. But once something's put in their head, they can really manifest that into something else and think it's cool because of what it's just the way their brain works. And I don't know, and I don't want to be disrespectful to them at all. It just seems like they could be easily swayed. I'd like to keep it like that. How could someone talk like that about his own wife? He must have not cared before he married her. I think he's angry at her, to be honest with you. I think all of this, maybe he believes that they did something. If he had nothing to do with it, I mean, he may very well have had been right involved with them and just trying to distance himself from it. But I just don't see how, if this did happen, if they are responsible, again, there's not really a whole lot of evidence that's been put to the public that really leans one way or another to anyone, let alone the Wondras. I mean, so far we haven't seen a scintilla of evidence from law enforcement or otherwise explaining how they are involved in this. If if we really want to talk about it, think about it. What have we seen? The only thing that we have seen so far is the arrest of Sarah with the failing to report a deceased person. But we weren't even privy to the evidence they had to support that claim, and it was ultimately dropped. So there may be some, foundation to maybe they were, because they were the weird people, or they conducted themselves weird, or she, had weird sleeping arrangements, which we're going to learn about in this interview as well. Maybe she was frowned upon. Maybe it was just guilt by association. Maybe they're the only ones that kind of fit this box of who could have done it. And that's why they're being focused on. Again, somebody throw it in the chat. I'm here, before we move further. What have we really seen that links these four people, one of them, two of them, three of them, or all four of them, to the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn? Leslie says, let me read this. There was a girl on YouTube I watched for the first time last night. Interesting legacy documents on the Preciado. Fights over will. She is Romano's kid's step parent. Huh. I still don't understand though. Legal, not legacy. Okay, gotcha. So let me read this again. Betty, I was on the watch her first time. Interesting legal documents on the Preciados fight of the will. CP. She's Ramon's kids. Oh, so is Ramon his stepfather? That's a little odd because that was the one thing that he said was his father was Ramon. Is Ramon his stepfather and Murdaugh his mother? I'm confused. And I saw some of the documents and the will and the fighting over the will, but I didn't see where it showed that I don't understand why they would say Ramon is his dad. There's no ifs, ands, questions, or buts about that. Ramon Preciado is Christopher's father, but when it came to Murdaugh, they couldn't determine whether she was the mother, the biological mother, or the stepmother. And as a matter of fact, they didn't even entertain that she was his biological mother. The law enforcement statement was their understanding was she's either a girlfriend or a stepmother. And so whenever I saw the legal documents come out when she was married in 2009, that was just, when was 2009? 13 or 14 years ago. That means that Christopher Preciado would have been 5 years old at the time. How long was Ramon with, maybe we need to do it that way. How long was Ramon with what's her face before Murdaugh before they got married? If they were together 10 years before they got married, then it only makes sense that Murdaugh is his biological mother. But it sounds to me like they got together in 2012 and or not 2012, because the marriage certificate, I can't remember. I have to pull that up. Maybe you guys will have some stuff, but I'm not sure. And you know what? Law enforcement could be wrong too. And that's what always trips me up is when they're wrong, I rely more heavily on them than say somebody else. Right. And sometimes we forget they get it wrong too. But I did see a few documents. If you would like to send me that though, Leslie, please do send it to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Send me the link and I'll look at it and review the documents and see what it means to me. That's really all I can, because the ones that I saw so far related to it didn't show anything that said specifically that Ramon is her child, like biological child. When you adopt somebody, you take that child as your child as well. So that's where my confusion kind of could potentially come in. I just need to see more information. What are these? These cases are hard to take, and take time. You want to have everything right before it goes to court. With any kind of crime, they move people around, and you have to have no idea what they can control them. Oh, how they can control them. Oh, yeah, that is part of the stuff. Keeping them away. There, it's a lot easier to manipulate them because law enforcement are allowed to manipulate you and lie to you and get you to confess. That's their job. So. I think that's it. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. I will as soon as I get home. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate it.
Whether she falls through it is a different story.
Okay. So you get back, they're just hanging out, regular day. Nothing so far seems out of the ordinary to you. Just regular day, waking up, making money, trying to live. I got that. So what happens at that point in the day? Okay. Where do y'all go next?
Brandon asked us to go to pick up his car in Cuna.
Okay.
And he had been asking us prior quite a lot. So we just put it off, and we're just tired of asking us. So
was there anything wrong with his car?
Yeah, he blew the spark plugs out of it.
Okay, so that's why y'all were going down to pick his car up. Now, from my understanding, do you tow a trailer also?
I mean, I can tow trailers. I know how. We didn't tow a trailer that night.
Was y'all going to tow his vehicle back, or was he?
It was a tow strap, correct?
Okay, so y'all were hooking it up to your vehicle to tow his vehicle back. So he asked you, he's like, Stacy, I need you to take me to get my car. Will you help me out? And you're like, yeah, I'll help you. I hate to backtrack a little bit. How did you meet Brandon?
They're moving job through Labor Days.
So Labor Days, I'm assuming, is like a day labor type of organization. That's what it sounds like to me. But it's weird because I could have swore that I thought Brandon said they met some other way. Do you guys remember what Brandon said, how they met? Because I don't remember ever hearing Labor Days before. And I could be wrong. It might have just been so much time has lapsed since I heard that interview. But the Labor Days just is not ringing a bell in my head for some reason. I have no earthly idea. I see that there's about 250 people in the chat right now. If you guys have not gone out and liked this video, please consider giving me a thumbs up. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. How did these people come to stay at their house? That's coming up. That's coming up, Tammy. It's going to be explained here. I will caution you. It's it's still weird. Okay. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I'm listening to this, and I guess younger people are a little, more liberal. I don't know. I'm a prude. I'm a prude when it comes to this stuff. I have to be honest with you. And some of the stuff that they talk about, it's got Bullhorn Betty over here blushing like, oh my, like I can't believe some of this stuff goes on. I gotta be honest with you. I'm not lying. Okay. And so I'm trying to understand. I really, really am. And I just got to say, it's just a little weird for Bullhorn Betty, okay? But I don't want to be judgmental when it comes to this, to each their own. We know there's all different types, there's alternative lifestyles out there. And what you do behind closed doors is your personal and private business. But it's a shame that it has to come, that this has to be a discussion topic for somebody else's life on YouTube. But in all fairness, it's a topic that this person has chosen to bring up and put on public display. So I will try to be as ultra respectful of this as possible. But I got to tell you, if my cheeks are a little red or my face turns into a lobster, just please understand I'm doing the best I can. Okay, thanks.
So y'all have done, is it true to say y'all have done different odd jobs, I guess, on the internet?
I used to be huge fanatic, huge fan of doing odd jobs. It was an easy way to make some money.
Okay. I can understand that. So y'all decide that you're going to go ahead and take him and tow his car back to his house. Now, listen, there was at one point, I guess it was believed that you was at the splash pad around 1:30 that day.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, for those that are taking notes, now would be a great time to be jotting down times, right? There's just some questions about the whole splash pad. I think he kind of explains it well, but I can tell you I have a lot of additional follow-up questions related to the splash pad and the why he was there and etc. But I digress. For the purposes of this show, we're not going to dive into it.
Is there a reason? And I guess this would have been before you went to make that run to your taxi ride.
Yeah, so I stopped at the splash pad because I needed to get my can of chew that had fallen into the passenger side floorboard, like the farthest away, so I couldn't exactly just stop and.
Yeah, I understand. For people that are watching that don't understand, the splash pad is a little park at the beginning. I would say it's on. Is that 8th Street, Stacy?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little splash pad at the beginning of 8th Street, and there's a little parking lot because even when I was there, it was an easy place for me to pull over. So I pulled over in that same parking lot that you would have pulled over in. And you say that you had your chew, you had to get it out the car.
Mm.
So that would have put you on. That's why your vehicle was seen at the park that day, is because you were getting your chew out of the vehicle.
Correct.
So that was kind of one of the first times that I think the Wondras, because when you're doing an investigation, in my opinion, and you're looking at all this stuff, you need to exclude people, right? So if law enforcement sees an unidentified vehicle in a video and they need to know why that vehicle was there, who that vehicle belongs to, then, they're going to question that person and they're going to eliminate that person, or they're going to say, well, maybe their information doesn't hold water. When they talk to them about that, they may have thought it was just, run of the mill. I mean, that sounds like a legitimate explanation as to why you would pull off. It is a convenient place to pull off. They have bathrooms there. They have parking spots there. You're not in the middle of the road. That, like Dolly says several times, that 8th Avenue is one way in and one way out. That's the only way into the community and the only way out of the community. So, at certain times of the day, that roadway can get, see some increase in traffic. So the safest place is to pull off and into a parking spot, not into somebody's driveway, but into a parking spot. So the splash pad's right there, and it is ultra convenient.
Okay. Now that day was around that time of the day. Was Brandon with you at all? It was just you at the splash pad, correct?
Oh, it was just me.
Oh, okay.
Just so you guys can see.
So at what time? Okay, yeah. Long cut?
Longhorn.
Okay.
I'm a huge Copenhagen nerd, but this was the cheapest I could get, so I was okay with that.
Okay, so so you go off, you do cab ride, you come back home. Brandon and your girl is there now. I don't really like to dive into your personal relationship, but I mean, you've openly said things on the news and on other channels that she was sleeping with Brandon.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and that you was aware of that because you wasn't sleeping with her, and it was consensual that you gave them permission to sleep. Okay.
Yeah, for a couple days. Yeah.
And then I guess from what I'm hearing, it went a little longer than a couple days, kind of thing.
Yeah, a week or a couple days turned into a week. A week turned into like 2 weeks. 2 weeks turned into a month. So
was y'all?
So again, I don't want to whatever. That's not the discussion of this. There is going to be a point why I want you guys to pay attention to this information, because we are going to come back to it. I chew Longhorn mint. So we got a fan up in here. No, I'm just joking, Bob. I'm just joking. I got to tell you before we get back to this, because this whole chew thing, it always brings back this horrible, horrible memory. Okay. Horrible memory. I used to drink. And my ex-husband, he chewed. Okay. And guys apparently like to take the beer bottles and spit their dip stuff in it, right? And that's a background. I wish Lady 7-Up. One day that piano will be mine, right? One day that piano will be mine. Shoot, I think that piano was like freaking, I don't know, $60,000. I don't know what pianos cost. What do pianos cost this day and age? A kidney? A lung? Yeah, you guys see where I'm getting with it, okay? And of course, I'm going to grab my bottle. I ended up hugging a toilet for a good 20 minutes. I have PTSD, okay? I sniffed my beer. Do I smell wintergreen in there? I have that memory. Trust me, I don't drink anymore. I don't drink beer. And I bet you somebody in my chat has had an experience like that. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Y'all inviting, I hate to get too personal, was y'all inviting people into the relationship like that a lot? Or was this kind of
no.
Is this kind of a new thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a reason? Is she? I hear she wanted a baby. Is that true?
I didn't. Not with her.
But how much had she talked to you about wanting a baby?
That sounded like a frustrating response. I don't know necessarily if I believe that. I do think, maybe I think he's mad at her right now with everything. But I have to think, if you're going to agree to allow your wife to be with another man, I believe there's other ways besides this. But again, I don't want to get into the details. That's just my prettiness coming out. But either way, I have to think that, well, she seemed like she wore the pants because, when they wanted a TV, they had the TV. When she thought the TV was evil, the TV left the house. She wants the baby. Now she's wanting to do whatever necessary to get the baby. So I'm starting to see maybe she might have been a little overbearing, or it could be that he's so easy, maybe like the pushover, that he always constantly was worrying about her mental state, that he just didn't want to rock the boat. So it was whatever she said went. It could be a situation like that, one or the other as well. So those are possibilities.
I mean, it's always been, a thought process. It's just not like we sat there and talked about it for hours.
Yeah. Okay.
But she would bring it up to me. But when she when she told me after she cheated on me that she caught herpes, that was just the end of the whole sex.
Now this was cheating.
And I wish I could have just passed through that. I think that's a little too personal for YouTube. And I just want to put a disclaimer on this as well, that just because you hear something from a channel member or somebody that's a channel guest make a statement, that doesn't necessarily mean that statement is true or correct in any way, shape, or form. It just means that that's their perception, their truth, and what have you. So please keep that in mind. I don't want this to be taken as facts. This is Stacy's truth. We don't know. We've never received any results to corroborate any of this information. Okay, I just want to make sure that that's clear.
When you see somebody that you hadn't approved of.
Oh yeah.
So she was cheating outside of the relationship, not just essential stuff that you was allowing, but other people that you wasn't allowing.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I wanted to hear you guys to hear that, because if you guys remember, for those that have been with me for a significant time, at least back when we were covering the Michael Monkey Vaughn case heavily, one of the things I said when I found out about this weird proclivity that Sarah had, she would go pick up fares and take them home. And I remember saying how weird and creepy that kind of was to me, because every time I've ever taken an Uber or a taxi, I don't recall the conversations getting that personal, whether they knew I was hard up or not. I don't know, even if I was hard up, how many of the taxi cab drivers would take me home with them. This is not the first time she's done this. We've heard this about a few people. And so I'm just a little, maybe he just thought she was trying to be a good Christian woman and didn't think anything of it, and didn't realize she was bringing them home and, I don't know. Weird for me.
So around that day, you decide that you're going to go ahead, you're going to take Brandon to get his vehicle, and you decide to leave. Okay. I'm assuming you have to.
I just realized with his, I didn't notice this, maybe because I was taking notes yesterday, that it appears that there's somebody in the room with. Oh no, that's he was picking. Was he picking his teeth? I thought he was looking at somebody. Let me look at that again. I thought somebody was in the
day. You decide that you're going to go ahead. You're going to take Brandon
he's talking
to get his vehicle.
I think he asked her for a beer or something. Asked somebody for something. So somebody's in that room listening to this, and knows that he's giving this interview and everything. I that was the first time I thought he was alone for some reason. I guess is my thought. I didn't realize somebody was there with him.
Decide to leave. Okay, I'm assuming you have to once again go down 8th Street to get out the neighborhood. For anybody that don't know, this neighborhood is basically one way in, one way out.
One way out.
Yeah. When you go in, you have to go past the splash pad to get in it. You have to come past the splash pad to get out it. At the end of at the end of 8th Street is a windy dirt road that leads you down to the Snake River. It's I think it's 3 neighborhoods in a cul-de-sac type area. I'll show it to you guys on the map in a little bit. So when you was leaving there, around what time do you think you decided, okay, Brandon, and who all left with you? Sarah went with you, Brandon went with you. By this time, Adrian's already gone.
Yeah, so it's just us 3.
So y'all load up in what vehicle do you load up in?
Took the red GMC for the burgundy.
The GMC. So at some point you're leaving. Do you stop anywhere on the way?
Yeah. No, we didn't. Sorry.
Okay.
My puppy's just working.
Okay. At some point, did you have to put brake fluid or power steering fluid or something into your vehicle?
Pay attention to this.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, we did stop at like right outside the subdivision.
So you stopped right outside the subdivision. Are you talking about like on the main drag on like 8th?
Yeah, 8th Street, 8th in Arizona. That stop sign right there.
So you come out your neighborhood.
I guess my only question with this statement is, why didn't he do this at his house? Did he get in? He doesn't explain that. Did he get in his car and start driving and realize that it was the power steering was? And if that was the case, like, there's several turns to even get from his house out to 8th. So as soon as he knew it, why didn't he just turn the car back around and go home and fill it up where he had paper towels? He wasn't that far from his house. I mean, it really wasn't. So that really is my only question I have about that, whole thing. Why there? Why right there? It's really my only question.
And you come to 8th right there at the corner. Okay. And you stop and you put power steering fluid in your vehicle.
Yep.
Now, was you the only person to get out the vehicle at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. So you check the level. You see it needs some power steering fluid. Now, while you was there, did you notice anything?
Noticed a boy playing in the neighborhood, or somebody's yard, but it didn't get any more unusual than.
Now, there's just something I want to say, because I'm looking at my notes to see if he's already said. So according to his timeline, they left the house. According to this interview here, they left the house 5:15, and they believe, or 5 or 5:15, and they believe they stopped. They stopped outside of that for a little bit. Let me go ahead and play it. I don't think we're quite there just yet. I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't think he said it just yet. Hold on.
Now let me I know the area pretty good. So when you come out your neighborhood, there's a field that sits adjacent straight across from your neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if you was to go down, the first right would be let's see, the first right. I don't know what the name of that street is off of 8th.
Okay, repeat. What are you asking? Which
Where I'm just trying to get a location where you would have stopped, a good general basis of where you stopped. Like
so,
when you,
so do you know where Arizona is, right? So you pull out the subdivision, Hidden Meadow subdivision, and you take a left, and right there's a little dirt patch right before the
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep. So we pulled off right on the right hand side of the road.
Okay. Okay.
Before the stop, before Arizona.
Okay. Now let me ask you this.
Probably
Now,
500 feet before.
okay. So in this, what time would you think this was during the day?
5:15.
5.
No, sorry. We left about 5:30, so it'd been like 5:40.
So he's saying that they left at 5:30 and they made it out of his neighborhood and onto the main drag by 5:40. This is, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because according to law enforcement, it wasn't until between 6:40 and 7 p.m. that they believe that Michael Monkey Vaughn disappeared. According to the statements of Stacy, there's no possibility that they could have been there when he disappeared, because he disappeared almost an hour after they left the community. And then we go back to, he saw an older boy about 8 or 9. I don't think he got to that just yet, but he saw a boy about 8 or 9. So he says, and that would be indicative of the older boys that were being referred to by Monkey's mom. I don't know how old the older boys he played with were, but that day he was going over to an older boy's house to see if he could play. And his mother told him he wasn't there or he couldn't play, and sent Michael home. And she actually watched Michael walk to the mailbox. So if it was that kid, I don't know if he would have been out playing, because his mom said that he wasn't there or couldn't come out and play. And that was at 5, would have been around that 6, potentially that 6:40 time area. But is it possible, and I don't know if I've asked this question before, is it possible that you know how parents get sometimes, especially when you have multiple children, okay? I know this happened with my grandkids. You hear kids like playing, or you'll hear one kid playing or 2 kids playing. I had 3 grandchildren. Where's the 3rd one, right? And it may be a little minute before I even notice, wait a minute, there's only 2 of them in there. Could this have been a situation where maybe Michael's father, Tyler, just got sidetracked and maybe thought he was, playing in another room? Maybe he was gone a little longer than he thought he was gone. Is that a possibility? I really don't know, because we don't know, we don't know if law enforcement took that into consideration or not, because law enforcement is very tight-lipped in this matter. So I don't think we'll ever find that out. If that was asked, and I'm certainly not going to ask, because this has got to be hard, and no matter how you look at it, it's not Tyler's fault, and I'm sure he's probably blamed himself more times than not.
$5.40. Okay.
Have my bottle with her, please.
All right. So when you're sitting there, you're putting power steering fluid in your vehicle, and you notice a child with tell me a little bit about the child you noticed. What did you see? What was going on? What you can remember? I know it's been 2.5, almost 3 years, so I know it's hard, but if you can remember anything from maybe what the kid was wearing, what the kid looked like.
I just know he had dark brown hair. He was taller, like he had to have been 8, 9, 10 years old. Did not look anything. Not. I mean, mind you, it wasn't a clear picture. You know what I mean? I wasn't really trying to pay attention.
Yeah, you was putting power steering.
Always pay attention to my surroundings all the time. but nothing was unusual about it. Like, you just seemed like a normal kid just playing in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and you say he had a toy. Do you remember what kind of toy he may have had?
No,
Oh, you don't.
I didn't pay attention again. I just know he was playing with something. Is all I know.
And you didn't see nobody else around the kid. Was he in a yard?
Yeah, he
Or
was
was
in the neighbor's yard. Yeah, or one of the people's yards off of East Street. But
Okay.
I
Okay.
assumed it was just
So
somebody's
he
kid.
wasn't
I
playing.
just
He
found
wasn't
it
playing in
so
none of the
odd. He was
field.
in somebody's street. It almost implies that he knew him, because how did he know that if he was in a yard, it wasn't his yard? I guess, I don't know. That just popped in my head. I didn't pay attention to that, nor do I even have notes. But I just realized when he said it again, for some reason, it just seemed like it just stood out to me just now.
Fields over there.
No,
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to get at. Was he in the field or was he near? Because a lot of that is
outside
field,
a neighbor, outside a house, like in the
So-
front yard.
across from the field, which would sit right across from the field. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Robert. I think, if I recall correctly, don't quote me on this, because I'm 50-50, but I'm pretty sure I remember Brandy saying on another channel that she's never heard the Wondras before this investigation. She doesn't know them, or if I recall correctly.
So how long do you think he was there putting power steering fluid in the vehicle?
At max 30 seconds. It doesn't take very long.
And then you jump in and you leave from there and you continue down 8th Street to go to Brandon's, what is it, his mother's house?
In Cuna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you remember, but I know it's been a long time. I know this is probably a trick on you. You might not remember. Do you remember what Brandon and Sarah were wearing that day?
No.
No way, you don't remember at all.
No.
Was it, were they dressed?
Brandon always wore shorts usually in the summertime, so I'd assume it was shorts. Sarah probably wore her jeans, if I had to guess.
Okay, so she's wearing some jeans and he usually wears shorts.
Yeah.
You ever know Brandon to wear shirts with like cut off sleeves or anything?
No.
Never seen him with no cut off sleeves. Okay, now at that point y'all leave there. Y'all don't stop no more in the neighborhood, right? Correct?
You don't what?
Y'all don't stop in the neighborhood no more after putting the power steering
Not
fluid.
at all.
Okay, so now y'all leave down 8th Street and then you're heading towards Cuna, you said, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on the way to Cuna, did you stop anywhere to go to the bathroom, stop and
No.
get anything to drink? Nothing on the way. So you was already gassed up.
No, we already had gas on the truck. I always kept the truck full. 90% of the time, the truck was always full on gas.
Okay. And when y'all came up out of 8th Street, what direction did you go in when you came up out of 8th Street? Did you take a left? Did you take a right? Which way did you take?
When we left to go to Cuna, or when we came back?
Yeah, when you left.
We took a right off Whitley, going up US 95 to the interstate past the Chevron.
Okay, I got you. But y'all never stopped at that Chevron at any point?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So how long did it take you think, to get to Brandon's house? About an hour and a half,
45 minutes. 45 minutes.
All right.
It
Okay.
depended. I don't remember
So
exactly.
40. So if we were, he may not remember specifically, but I'm sure he's drove this drive multiple times before and has an idea, because he's in a taxi service, right? So I have to think that he's taken people over to Cuna before. So, with that being said, I'd have to think that he can, even if he can't remember, if he's a little hazy on the information, he still can estimate. So 45 minutes. So he says that he left the community at 5:30. When they stopped to put the power steering fluid in right there as they left their community at, he thinks maybe 5:40. And it only took him less than a minute to put the power steering fluid in there. So let's just be a little gracious and say, so maybe they got on the road at 5:42. And it was 45 minutes to get to Brandon's home. So That would take us up to 30 minutes, which would be 6:10. So 6:40. No, 6:10. It's 30, and then 45. So 6. What is that? I can't even calculate. 5:42 to. Is that 6:30 something? 6:30 something. It takes them, so they're arriving right before like 6:35 ish. 6:37-ish to Brandon's house, if we had to be kind of exact.
Because traffic could have been, again, that was a long time ago, so I'm trying to do the best I can. But traffic most likely was a little backed up. But traffic is only usually backed up coming from Boise to Ontario, not usually going from Boise to Ontario, or Boise to, or Fruitland to Boise.
Yeah, I follow you. Okay, so y'all didn't stop anywhere in between the trip. Y'all drove straight over to Brandon's, and that was his mother's house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, did Brandon have anything with him?
He had his duffel bag full of clothes, but it was small. It wasn't even a huge duffel bag. It was tiny.
Like, what do you consider tiny? Like a book bag size, or big enough to fit?
Take like a small duffel bag,
I think my question here is, okay, so Brandon is living at the home with them. I'd have to think that they have a washer and dryer there, that he can wash and dry his clothes at the house that he lives at. And my first question, I think, would be, why couldn't he wash his clothes there? And my second thing is it sounds like, how long has it been since he's been to his mom's house again? How long has he been wearing the clothes, and how many clothes did he take with him? Because if he's been staying at Sarah and Stacy's house for, even a few days or a week or two, which he said it went from a few days to being a couple of weeks to being a month of them, doing things. So I'd have to think that the guy was staying at their house. So a month worth of clothes, potentially 2 weeks worth of clothes. I'd like clarification on that, because I think when there was a child missing and we hear a duffel bag, even though he's doing his best he can to explain it away, I think that it's a why this day, why this day is the day but you guys get my point.
Had the little straps on it, but not near big enough to put any of a human in it at all.
Okay, so you're saying there's no way that he could have stuffed a small child in that bag. He just had dirty clothes in the bag.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all get over there about 45 minutes later. What happens when y'all get there? What transpires at that point?
Brandon went into the house. He said he was going to go do some laundry or whatever. He's going to get some water because, he always told us he didn't like drinking our water at our house, which made no sense because he drank it all the time. Like, he would drink lots of it. So,
well, I'm kind of like that too. I don't drink water from places I ain't from. Yeah. It makes you sick. It'll make you sick. Every time I go and drink water and I'm not from that place, it'll make me sick. I don't know what it is. My body can't take it. If I drink bottled water, I can understand it. So he goes inside to wash clothes. Now, did he wash the clothes that he was wearing?
No, he just did a change of clothes, but literally, all I know to my knowledge, he just washed the clothes that was washed in his duffel bag.
I'm sure people can see why our ears kind of stand up when we hear this, because let's put it in terms that true crimers understand. Okay. So we learned just a little bit ago, we're not even halfway through this, by the way, we're going to be here for a while, guys. So we learned that the day was fine, normal, everything was normal and customary, that they were hanging around somebody that law enforcement believes is notorious and has a history of HT. And LE told Stacy that themselves that a boy disappears from a community that this man was not supposed to be at. It was a fair that ended up coming home with this man's wife. And so you've got this guy that's notorious for HT in a community where a young boy disappears from on the same day that that same individual also disappears, whether or not he disappeared in the morning and left and went on his way, or it was after the disappearance of Michael. You know, I have to take that into consideration, because everybody that we're listening to, Brandon as well as Stacy, have been deemed persons of interest by law enforcement, and we can't change that. We didn't do it. I hope they understand that, especially Stacy, if he truly did not do this. But I do have a lot of questions in some of the statements that he made. So again, if we're looking at this from an analytical spot, we're realizing that there was a bad dude in a community that has done stuff like this before on the heels of a boy disappearing. That person goes back to these people here, and it just so happens that his truck stopped right outside of the area that this boy disappeared from within an hour or so. If, you know, again, we're taking all this, law enforcement hasn't given us this timeline. This is coming from both Brandon and Stacy. They stop outside there and do something with the fluid, and then leave and go 45 minutes away to Brandon's mother's house, where he changes his clothes and washes clothes in a duffel bag. You know, I can kind of see why law enforcement are saying, right? Not that this happened. Again, we've had some charges. The charges didn't stick. Law enforcement had to drop the charges. None of these people have any charges related to Michael Monkey Vaughan, and all the charges that were related to Michael Monkey Vaughan have all been dropped. So I want to make sure that that's noted as well, that there is nothing on the books or on the record that identify these people. And it comes back to me asking the audience, what evidence have we as the public seen that directs us to them? Had law enforcement not arrested them, I would never have known their names. Their names never came up in any kind of work I was doing out there in that community. Nobody said, oh, it's there's this weird husband and wife down the road, and they're the Wondras. You might want to look at them. None of that. So I just want to make sure that, you know, again, I don't know what happened to this little boy, but I want to make sure that the facts are correct. And we have suspicion, but we have no knowledge. So again, coming back to, I can understand why law enforcement was looking at them.
But he did change the clothes he was wearing, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so he goes in, changes clothes, washes the clothes that's in his duffel bag. Do you or Sarah ever go in the house with him?
No, Sarah and I stayed. I was outside. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I was outside hooking the vehicle up to the car.
Okay. What kind of vehicle do you remember? Did
Yeah,
Brandon?
it was a Mercedes-Benz. It was 1999 Mercedes-Benz.
1999.
Brandon was always, for some reason, he was always a fan of foreign vehicles. I could never understand it, but
yeah, I had one of those too. It was a piece of shit. Okay, I don't remember if it was
Mercedes
a
sucks.
I think mine was.
When it comes to fixing them, is ridiculous.
I know mine had a little piece go out, and it was a fortune. I ended up junking the car over.
I don't buy European cars, y'all.
So,
Yeah.
Just saying.
so you hook up his Mercedes 1999
No
piece of
G-Wagon
crap
for
to the
Bullhorn
GMC.
Betty.
So you're outside, he's inside. How long do you think that takes you to get that all hooked up and stuff like that?
Well, I had to make sure it was, secure. You know what I mean? So I'd probably say it took me 15 minutes to get
Yeah.
everything lined up, because I had to push his car out of the driveway, and then had to,
So basically, you and Sarah just wait in the vehicle while he's
Correct.
inside washing clothes. What was like her?
Again, So they're bringing this guy over to his house. He changes his clothes. He washes clothes. And you're going to be kind of a little shocked with what they say afterwards, because again, it comes back to, why is he only bringing a small amount of clothes? If he's living with them, why can't he wash his clothes at their house? You know, did he fill the duffel bag up with clean clothes so he could, you know, replace the clothes that he was washing? I mean, because we haven't gotten there yet, but I can tell you he can't remember if he dried the clothes. Kind of, it's weird. And then he says that they had to hook his car up and it took about 10 or 15 minutes. I can see it taking some time to tie up a car with tie straps. I've had to deal with it myself, but I don't know if it took 10 minutes to do it, because I was on the interstate and I remember sitting there for like 3 hours before my friend could come with the tie straps. But I don't remember it taking that long. But if you had to push, but my car was on the interstate, so he just had to back up. And I think the way Stacy is saying is that he actually had to push the car out of place and get it positioned so he could put the tow straps on it. And if that's the case, I could see that taking 10 or 15 minutes. But how long were they in the car jamming out in that 10 or 15 minutes? Let's listen to what Stacy has to say.
Her demeanor like that night? Was y'all having good conversations? Was y'all getting along? How was everything in y'all's relationship at this point, like as far as y'all conversation wise in the vehicle?
I mean, it's hard for me to drive without music and be in the truck without music. Music is my life. So a lot of times when Sarah and I were in the truck, even if we're just sitting somewhere, I would blast music. You know, I would just turn the music up. I had a really good sound system in the truck. So, I think most likely at that time, it was more music than it was conversation.
Okay, so y'all were just sitting around listening to me. What kind of music do you listen to, Stacy?
You name it, I'd probably.
Are you like a classic rock guy? Are you like a metalhead? Or are you like
when they get past the whole we'll listen to that, but when they get past the whole thing. But I did want to back up just a little bit, because they are kind of segueing into like a topic that doesn't just a informative topic, what kind of music you like. But I want to make sure that we point out that it appears that they left the community, according to this timeline of Stacy's, at approximately 5:40 to 5:42. However long it took him to put the power steering fluid in, they were out of that community 5:40, 5:42, according to his statement. They left the house at 5:30. It took him 10 minutes to get to the outside of their community. He stops. He fills up 2 minutes to, he says 30 seconds. I'm going to give him a full minute to fill up the power steering, and then he's gonna be out of the community down that road. Takes about a minute to get down that road, and then depending on how long it takes him, how the traffic is on Whitley, how he can turn, and he turned right, he says. So 5:30 or 5:42, 45 minutes away, arriving right around 6:30 to 6:37, somewhere give or take, in that time frame at Brandon's house. It sounds like, based upon what they're saying, is that he went inside to wash clothes, changed his clothes. It took him about 15 minutes to hook up. They're not there yet, but you're going to hear him. He's going to say that he left his clothes in there. It took him 15 minutes to wash. He was doing this while Brandon was washing his clothes. So those 15 minutes run together, not separately for a half hour. It's actually 15 minutes for those things. So we'll give them 20 minutes, and they get back on the road and head back and come straight back to the house. They do have one little minor thing, and they say that they arrived back at the home at 9:30 at night. So let's listen to this, and let's have a chat about this information that we're here.
Well, you and I would probably get along pretty good, because Five Finger Death Punch.
Five Finger Death Punch, they're awesome.
I love Five Finger Death
Punch. Death Punch, Wolfbeat, Shinedown. 3 Days
Okay.
Grace. I like Metallica, like Skid Row.
Oh, I love Skid Row. One of my favorite
Journey.
back in the day.
Yeah, 18 to Life was my favorite song by them.
That's crazy. We probably would get along, didn't Stacy? I'm a super big Sebastian Bach fan. I hate this minute.
Oh my God.
I love
Sebastian Bach is amazing. And then I like Falling in Reverse.
Falling in Reverse is good. Okay. I got to get
Escape the Fate, 18 Visions, Burn Halo.
Okay. I got a good concept of the kind of music you listen to now. Okay. So
like
y'all
rap too, but...
y'all jamming out. Y'all, is Sarah kind of into the same stuff as you, like the same rocker type?
No.
She's not.
She would tolerate it just because she knew that's all I would play.
What kind of stuff was she into? What kind of music? Like, is she
Trey songs, R&B a lot. Trey songs, BB King, Rihanna.
Very little conversation, just jamming out the music. And how long do you think y'all sat out there waiting on him to do the clothes? Just a guess.
I think he just threw him in the washer at that time. I don't think he even put him in the dryer, but I think it probably took him maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay.
About the time it took me to hook the car up and stuff.
So he washed them fairly quick.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, from there y'all got the car hooked up. And then where do y'all go from there?
So we took a route going through Eagle.
See, this is honestly where I would have liked to find out. So Brandon just threw him in the wash, so he never brought anything back out with him. I wanted to find out, did when Brandon took his clothes in and washed them, did he replace those clothes? Like maybe put fresh clothes in his duffel bag and bring his duffel bag back with him. And it's just a curiosity thing. I mean, if the duffel bag's too small, I mean, I've got a little duffel bag this big, I got one this big, and I got one bigger, right? It's kind of like my coolers. I got a small cooler, a medium cooler, and a super, super large boat cooler, right? So I just keep wondering, obviously being in the true crime genre, we're naturally, I want to know what were the dimensions of this bag? What were the dimensions of this duffel bag? Let Bullhorn Betty decide if it's big enough. Okay. No, I'm just joking. But seriously, I do have some questions about this laundry stuff as well.
Eagle Road. Down to the Black Canyon Highway. I remember that took you into Payette, by Clay Peak landfill and stuff like that. But
so y'all drove past the landfill. What made you decide to take a different route back than you took there?
Well, anybody that's ever tows a vehicle on a tow truck.
My for whatever reason, my internet literally just tanked down to the bottom. Let me just make sure that we have good health on the live stream itself. All right, the live stream's showing excellent. Let me pull this forward. Make sure that we got excellent. Okay, it looks like we're excellent connection. It looks like maybe it's just my end, might make me a little blurry on my end. So just bear with me. Missy Thomas, it's nice to see you. Cop said Summer could have fit in a lab. Exactly. Thank you, Miss Thomas. That is exactly true. That's why I said, I really would like to know the dimensions of this bag. I'm not trying to, I have to look at this whole thing. I want to be respectful here because here's the issue I have. Again, the Wondras did come out of left field for many of us. I did not hear their names. I did not, usually we hear it's almost a Brian Kohberger moment. We were focused on this person, that person, every other person, but we weren't focused. I was even focused on the RSOs in the area. One of the RSOs looked like that like the picture of the guy, So we were looking at a lot of different things, but honestly, the Wondras weren't in my purview. It wasn't something, a name that I remember coming up. I do remember at some point I did hear about them. But I can't remember how I heard about them. I feel like the first time I heard the Wondra name was that morning when I got that call from the source telling me I needed to call the jail right now and ask them these questions. And that's what I did. And I about fell over. But that was real. I'm trying to recall. It's hard because I need to go back and investigate and review all of my notes in this matter, which I have not had an opportunity to do because I spent a lot of hours reviewing this interview. But I do remember a lot of the stuff with the case. I just don't remember that. I just don't remember. So, anyways.
That knows that.
So you took interstate there, and what, take the back with the vehicle towing?
Correct.
Is that why you chose to do that? That would make probably the most sense. Yeah, because I tow trailers. A lot of times I'll take the back route, so I don't have to get on the interstate with the trailer.
Okay, well, this is not.
So you was just circling back a different way because
this, and I think Dolly finally did get it. He was talking about toe straps. And I think because Dolly had asked him about the trailer right before he started talking about the toe strap, I think in Dolly's mind, he was still on trailer. When you drive with toe straps, it's dangerous, okay? I did not have an alternator. I had no power in my car when my friend picked me up with those toe straps. And I remember my ex-husband sitting next to me. I'm driving. I would not let him drive. I'm like, if anybody's wrecking this car, it's going to be me. It's dangerous, okay? When your person in the front stops, your car, if you're not pumping those brakes, baby, will smash into the back end of the car that's pulling you. It absolutely will. I remember we were driving on the interstate. This is why they took the back roads. We were driving on the interstate. And I remember my ex-husband saying, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes, pump the brakes. Like, you're sitting there like you're pumping them. Pump, 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 pump. No, it just feels like nothing's happening, but you really are slowing down. But it was, I got to tell you, one of the craziest experiences I've ever had was being towed by tow straps. Not a fun experience at all. Brandon probably had an easier time because he could probably turn his car on and have brakes, have power steering, have all of that. I had none of that. My car was literally when you had to turn that wheel, you had to pull it with every bit of your strength to get those wheels to turn. No power steering, no power at all. No ABS. Pump, baby, pump. Not fun.
And you say that took you down past the landfill, all those things, and y'all was heading back. Where was y'all heading to at that point? Back home?
Yes.
Okay. So on the way back home, did y'all stop anywhere, or maybe stop, get a drink, use the bathroom, or any of these things on the way back?
Yeah. So we had pulled off. So we made a turn. And Sarah towing the vehicle, you know, she had never towed one before. She wanted to learn. So
you wasn't driving. You was a passenger. Okay. Did you drive there, or did Sarah drive to Brandon's?
No, she drove there and back.
Oh, she drove there and back. So she had never towed a vehicle at this point. So you just kind of coaching her along the way as she's pulling the vehicle.
Yep.
Okay. So y'all pull off. You say you pull off somewhere else?
Yeah, because what happened is oh no, it was at a stoplight. We didn't.
It was at a stoplight, you said?
Yes.
So y'all didn't pull off and stop anywhere?
No.
Y'all just stopped at a stoplight?
Well, we did stop on the side of the road, but that was because the tow strap snapped.
Oh.
Because there was too much slack.
Tow strap strapped on mine too.
Hey, give me 1 second.
Okay.
While he's doing that, I'll just tell you that the toe straps, and I got to tell you that's awful because you just roll. Pump, baby, pump. Like I said, he had power. He had power because it was just the spark plugs that were burnt out, according to Stacy. So he should have had power.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to pick back up right where you left off. You said y'all stopped at a red light, pulled off because the toe strap had broke. Now you get out there. Do you have another toe strap with you?
No, I just there was enough toe strap I could just tie it in a double knot. So that's what I did.
Now, how long do you think you was out there messing with that on the side of the road? Was it like a quick thing? You got out there
15 minutes.
Yeah, Nick. I remember when Nick, when mine snapped, it was the same thing with that as well. Um, it took a little while because you have to double knot because it's got to be strong enough to be able to pull the car. So he just kept knotting it and knotting it and knotting it, and he's got to push a lot of weight on it. It took a little minute. It wasn't a quick, and I was just right down the road, and it still took a minute.
10 minutes probably at tops.
But I don't think it took.
So you were pulled over for about 10 minutes just working on the strap.
I know Sarah had gotten out of the vehicle, so she really had to take a pee, and she, had to use the bathroom on the side of the road. So that's what she did while I was doing
That's
that.
what we do.
Did she do that right by the vehicle? Did she go in the woods and use the bathroom? Do you remember?
No, it was literally on the side of the road.
Oh, so she just squats and pees right there where y'all are at.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that done. I know how ladies are. Seen some crazy things. Some crazy.
They gotta go.
Yeah, true that. Okay, so at that point, you get the vehicle, you get it back strapped down. Do you remember what highway you're on at this point that you pulled off? Is it right near where the landfill or any of that stuff?
Highway 55.
Highway 55. Okay,
I think so.
So you get the vehicle fixed back up. You got it going. Did you stop once you did it to check on it again, or did you just keep moving forward with it?
No, I just kept moving forward. I knew I tied it good enough.
Okay, so at this point, from this point, you're driving straight back to your house. You're going back down the highway. You're getting back to where you live, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you go back in onto 8th Street. For people that are watching, 8th Street's the only way in, the only way out. At what time do you think you enter 8th Street coming back with the tow?
What time do you think we got back?
Yeah, with the tow from Brandon's house after he washed the clothes and you hooked up the vehicle.
No, it was probably 9:15, 9:30 at night.
9:30 at night.
So between 9 and 9:30 at night, he's saying that they arrived back into the community, and when they got back there, like basically all hell had broke loose. There was people out, They stopped. Stacy Wondra and Brandon, when they got to the house, didn't even bother going inside. They just went out and started searching. So 10 minutes for laundry, 10 minutes for straps. Right. And I got to tell you, if he was just going to throw his clothes in the wash, unless he had to wait until they were washed to throw them into the dryer. But even then, like the minimum load wash, like even mine but we don't know what washer he has. So, I mean, this is all up for interpretation. I don't know if the settings are the same. I'm not doing research on freaking washers, folks. I mean, if somebody wants to, do it, but I'm not doing it. Okay. I just know for my washer, which is a front loader, it had the minimum quick wash is 15 minutes. Okay. I don't know if they have an older washing machine, if that's the same as the older washing machine, but I do have a quick setting on mine, and I usually use it like when I have a bathing suit that we went into chlorine water with, right? And it doesn't really need to be, I mean, it needs to be washed, but it doesn't need to go through a full wash cycle. I wore it literally for an hour. It's got chlorine in it. It needs to be quickly washed and put on just dry, right? So I'll throw it in there on the quick wash and just wash it 15 minutes. No big deal. And I can literally just take it out of the washer, hang it on a hanger, and let it drip dry. So some people say that theirs is 30 minutes or longer, 25 minutes. And so you guys, so women know. Like I can promise you, outside of the whole bathing suit, I never use my quick rinse. Never. Mine's always a full cycle. My normal full cycle on my front loader is 45 minutes. That is a normal cycle for me. My quick wash is 21 minutes. So, well, at least we know that it really does depend on what washer you have. I think mine's an LG Elite. Like a 2007, 2008 LG. That thing is about as old as a kid, right? It's old enough to be my child. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem. It just the timing doesn't add up. It seems like they must have been at Brandon's mom's house a lot longer than they anticipated. Is all I'm saying. Is that it's been a significant amount of time. It might be just his recollection of the events that have him off. And we also have to remember, we're going to learn this, that the reason why he's allowing his wife to kind of have these things is because he's sterile. And I learned from Brandon, it's from a bull riding accident. So it sounds like he potentially was heavily injured. Maybe if you know anything about bull riding, you have multiple injuries. If you're a bull rider, trust me, you probably swallowed some teeth. It's almost like hockey players. If you're a hockey player, you can't tell me your front teeth are real. There's no good hockey player that has real front teeth. I'm sorry. There just isn't, okay? Trust me on this. If you're a hockey player, you have fake front teeth. For all those kids to be the best the best you can be, remember what you're asking for. I need to stop. But I just keep wondering if maybe he was injured, because we can definitely see that he has, it takes him a little bit to process some of the stuff. And I don't think he's doing it because he's trying to make sure he's answering the question right. It seems like in a couple of the questions that Dolly has given him, it seems like he got a little confused. If they went a little long, it seemed like the short questions, the short and sweet questions, he got. But it seemed like the longer the question was that Dolly gave him, the more confused he got about what the actual question was. And so that's telling me that there's. I keep wondering if maybe in one of those, if he had a traumatic brain injury as well, this could be indicative of that. And I just, do you guys see where I'm going with this? Like I just feel like there's something here, and we know he was injured by a bull. And I just keep wondering, was he injured even more than the sterilization of it? Because that sounds like it had to have been pretty significant to do that to him, right?
All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. And y'all say so at 9:30 at night, when you enter 8th Street, what do you see? Do you see anything unusual? Is there people in the neighborhood?
When we got back, there was a shit ton of people. All over, just walking around, or what were the people doing? What did you observe? Police officers, search and rescue, just neighbors, people from the communities. I told Sarah to stop and ask what happened, and because Brandon was steering the vehicle behind us.
So he was actually in the vehicle you were towing?
Yes, because he had to steer it.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know you was towing it like that. You literally towing it with a strap.
100%. Yeah, there was no trailer or anything.
Oh, okay. For this whole time, I'm thinking you got a trailer and you got it lifted up on a trailer and you got it strapped in.
No.
You're towing this vehicle with a strap and he's driving the vehicle behind you. Okay.
Yeah.
I completely understand now. Okay, so you're coming in like a convoy with a car strapped to you.
Yeah. Hey, quick question for you. What's the somebody wants to join the live and watch it, where do they go?
They can go to Dolly Vision, okay, on YouTube.
Who doesn't know?
Just type in Dolly Vision, like the singer. There's two greats. Well, there's one great and there's one that ain't.
Who doesn't know how to find Dolly? All right, the Turtle King, not the Turtle Boy. I know you probably wouldn't be able to tell with the mugshots and all. I'm just joking. Quit giving me that stink eye. If you guys don't know, this is Dolly Vision. This is coming from Dolly Vision's channel. And if you guys have not subbed up for that crazy turtle known as Dolly Vision, please get over to Dolly Vision's channel and sub him up. I heard he went over 30K. 30K. Whoa. This channel's going to go over 30K. My other one didn't. This one will. Watch. Watch.
The one that ain't. I'm not
Okay.
Dolly Parton. I'm Dolly the idiot. Okay, so all they do is put in Dolly Vision, and it should pull
Okay.
up my channel, and they can click on it and watch.
One.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. And I got to make a correction. It was Highway 52.
Highway 52 that you had
Yeah.
pulled off to strap the car back in. So when you
Correct.
get into the neighborhood, you start seeing fire, search and rescue, things of this nature, people
Everybody.
walking around the neighborhood, and you
Yep.
tell Sarah to pull over and ask somebody what's going on. All right, what when she pulled up to somebody, what did they say?
They asked them what was going on, and they were like, "Oh, well, a little boy has disappeared."
A little boy has disappeared. Did they say disappeared or did they say abducted? Do you remember? Can you recall?
So I know I made that mistake in the last video. I'm 99% positive it was disappeared. The abducted came later on when
Yeah. Well, I
everyone went down.
understand it's been a great amount of time that's passed, and everybody's memory is not 100% perfect ever.
Mhm.
So if they did say something. The point is somebody came up to the vehicle and let you know there was a disappearance or abduction of a child in the neighborhood. Okay. And then when you pull off from there, what is said in the vehicle? Like, was Sarah like, "Oh my God, I can't believe a kid is missing"?
We're just like, that's crazy.
Uh-huh.
And we never even heard of such a thing happening in that neighborhood.
Now, since this has happened, you know what Michael Vaughn looks like, right? Had you ever seen Michael Vaughn in that neighborhood before?
Not a day in my life. Never even heard the name, never heard of the family, never even knew he existed.
Okay. How long exactly did you live in that neighborhood? Can I ask you that?
June of 2020 till I got arrested. Till she got arrested.
Okay. Now, you get back, you're coming back, y'all are like, okay, this kid's been, either vanished or he's been abducted, and you go back to the house, your house, correct? When you get to the house, what goes on then?
Sarah and Brandon took off to go help look for him, and I stayed home because at that time I had pulled around the long way of our road, the other so you could take a left on Mallard Street, which is where Sarah's parents live, the street that they live on, and that road will lead you around to Red Wing Street. So I did it that way because I wasn't trying to block the road. So
yeah,
but I knew I needed to get the car unmounted from the truck because I was taking up the length of the street.
Yeah, you're not far from where you were at. You're not far from the bend in the road either, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay, I understand exactly where you're at. Okay, so you go back to the house. The truck is big with the two cars hooked, so you've got to figure, hey, you're taking up everything. You want to disconnect those to clear up some space on the road.
Correct.
So at this point, how long do you think Brandon and Sarah went in the house before they decided to go, okay, well, let's go look for Michael?
They never went to the house. They never went in the house. They went straight walking to go look for him.
So they never went. So you sat there disconnected in the trailer. They left, went walking, looking for Monkey.
Correct.
How long do you think they were gone out looking for Michael?
About an hour, hour and a half.
About an hour and a half. Okay, so they come
that
back.
Brings them right up to
you're
about
there.
11,
What did they
10 area at night when Brandon and according to him, the way I'm understanding the timeline so far, this brings us up to about 11:10 at night on the 27th.
Talking about at this point, and at this point, y'all haven't seen Adrian since the beginning of this day, right? Since he left early that morning, there had been no more contact with the Adrian guy.
You're gonna have to hold on a second. I'm waiting on the Amber Alert.
Oh, okay.
There's an Amber Alert that just went out, so you know.
Okay, do you want to read it out to us since you're here?
I don't even know how to pull it up.
Oh.
I could have read it, but it was making that loud buzzing sound. So
Yeah. Okay.
I
So
mean,
at this point, they've been gone for about an hour and a half, right? And they come back home. And what is their demeanor when they come back? Do they talk to you about them searching or what's going on? Do you ask them any questions about what's going on?
what do you mean, Brandon and Sarah?
Yeah, like when they come back, like you'd be like, did you find them? You know, like if you was out searching for something,
Yeah,
like
just general questions. Yeah, absolutely. You know,
and
ask if they saw anything.
and can you recall what they had said to you, or anything close maybe that you can remember from it?
Pretty sure they just said that they didn't. No,
Didn't
nobody's found anything.
that nobody found them.
Correct.
Now, at this point, had like
So just to gauge the audience, how do you guys feel about this interview so far? Are we believing, so far with everything Stacy has said and everything that we've known about this case, are you guys feeling like he's being truthful, mostly truthful, flat out lying? What are your feelings about him so far? I'm just trying to gauge the audience. And 11 was when Ellie wanted everyone to stay out of the area so dogs could track. Yeah, that's probably why they went back home then, because he said that they came in, and it would have came right about 9. That's if they were at the house at 9:30, but they said they were pulling into the community around 9:30, and so they might have been out there. Do a poll. Yeah, I don't want it to be. I just want to kind of gauge people's opinion. Oh, poll 1, 2, 3. Okay, if you guys think he's being truthful, 1, mostly truthful, 2, mostly false, 3, and totally false, 4. So true, mostly false, and false. Okay. Wow, 2 almost conflicting thing right up front. Okay, so 3 flying doves saying she ain't having it. She ain't having it. Gotcha. So that question didn't get answered. Interesting, huh? Yeah. So 2, we got some people saying 1, be Betty. Gotcha. 2, 3. Okay, 3. We got a mixed bag here. I got to be honest with you. Mostly truthful, yeah. I think a lot of the stuff, for me personally, I'm a mixed bag too. There's some things that I feel the part of human behavior. I try to always bring in human behavior, natural human behavior, into a lot of stuff, and then of course taught behavior, which is the things that you're taught, but normal, natural behavior, the things that your brain body does when you're not really even thinking about it, and then taught behavior, lying, stuff like that. I'm a mixed bag when it comes to him. I feel like there are some things that I absolutely know 100% are fact. And there are some things that I feel, a certain way about. And then there's things like when it comes to the natural behaviors that I'm like, that just doesn't bode with normal human behavior, or something like that almost makes me feel like maybe that statement is not true, but it's his truth. It can be interpreted that way. So I'm kind of a mixed bag too. Usually we have definitive in here. It's we have the line in the sand where people are like, well, we definitely know he's either lying or telling the truth, right? This one's, we don't know. And I think it comes back to the fact that, for me, it's like, where did they come from? How did they get involved in this case? I can kind of see why law enforcement was saying this is awfully suspicious. I mean, there was a lot of suspicious activity. I mean, he was at the splash pad. He stopped right at the road that this boy went missing on. They actually seen a boy. One of the people that they were with ended up changing their clothes and washing their clothes, and when you kind of hear it in a sense of law enforcement and the red flags that they're accustomed to, cues, those red flag cues that they're accustomed to, like this one would have had the alarm bells going off of it when you put it down like that. So I'm not saying one way or another, because again, I don't know how the Wondras got into the case, but what I can say is that I can understand when law enforcement heard their name and started looking at their behavior, they're like, yeah, we need to talk to these people. Suspicious behavior. Just because you have suspicious behavior doesn't make you guilty. It just doesn't. But I understand.
I don't want to jump too far ahead. So at this point, the search continues in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At some point in that search, there is a flyer that appears on your refrigerator in your house of Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, did Sarah get really into looking for Monkey? Like, did she go out daily looking for him? Was she posting this picture on the internet? Was she doing any of these types of things? Did you seem it was overly done or anything, like all of a sudden she had this interest in this? Did she ever have interest in missing kids before?
Yeah, I mean, we cared for them. You know what I mean? Like, we just didn't go look for other missing kids that have gone missing. There wasn't a whole lot of that going on. Like, this is kind of unheard of for us here.
Yeah, for the area. Yeah, I agree
Mm-hmm.
with that. Don't seem like that would happen too much right in the area that you're in.
Sure.
So her behavior didn't seem unusual to you whatsoever during the disappearance while they were looking for.
Now, this next question, and Dolly's going to ask, I got to say, it is telling for me, and I don't know what it means. Yeah, he seems so calm, and that's kind of what makes him so believable. But there are, like, maybe he's a calm person. I mean, but we have to remember, like, I would never attribute this guy to being a felon either, that can't possess a gun. What did he do to get that felony? Does anybody know what he did to get that? I know we talked about it before, but I just can't remember. I don't know why this whole entire case is just blocked out of my brain for some reason. I need to go back to the content and the notes. He seems, yeah, and it's like that. Let me see if anybody else has anything. He doesn't make sense. In 1 minute, he says they're towing a trailer, and the next he's saying the dude's driving. No, there was a misunderstanding. At the very beginning of this, Dolly asked him about a trailer, and he talked about the straps. It's just that the way it sounded, like I knew he had tow straps on it the whole time. I understood it as tow strap. It was like, I didn't even realize nobody else didn't understand they were towing with tow straps until Tolly's like, oh, wait, you didn't have a trailer? You were towing it? And yeah, so I think what it is, if you go back to almost to the very beginning, it's right. I can tell you exactly where it's at. They start talking about the tow straps. So I want to say it's in the first 20 minutes of this. Probably the first 10 or 15 minutes of this video, because we're 45 minutes into the video right now. And so this would have happened. It's on the very, very first page. So I'd have to say this happened within the first 10 minutes of Dolly Vision's interview with him, is where he's talking about the toe straps. And if you go back and listen to it, you'll hear it very clearly that he specifically says toe straps. It was the way the question was asked, and the fact that I think Dolly had just spoke just ever so slightly over Stacy when he was talking about the straps. You'll see that, but just for clarification. Let's see here. This might be a stupid question, but if she wanted a baby so bad, why kidnap for Michael? And that's another thing. All of this stuff, this baby stuff, is right in and around when Michael disappeared. And a lot of these people, they really want a child. They don't want to hurt that child. They just want the child. But it makes you wonder what happened. These people, they're hitting a lot of the boxes. Again, like I said, I understand why law enforcement looked at them, but with the lack of charges, right? The lack of charges and the fact that the only charges that they did bring were ultimately dropped, it just makes me question the evidence in the case. You know, we don't really see that happening a lot in these cases. You know, when they go after somebody, they go after them. So I think this was kind of, it almost feels like maybe a last ditch effort to try to get them to talk. You know, they found a way, a loophole, and trust me, when it comes to little kids, they'll throw some loopholes in, because if you don't legally challenge them, no harm, no foul. But I think maybe that might have been something they could have done. We don't want to think they do it, but they do, and they have the rules to be able to do it, so lawfully and legally. But again, I see why, you know, all these boxes are being checked down to the, you know, her sleeping with all these men to have a baby, and a little boy just happens to wind up missing. You know, it just, and then we just have this stuff going on in their household. We just don't know.
Michael.
Let me back that up. That I stopped.
Whatsoever during the disappearance, while they were looking for Michael.
Okay, say that again. I'm sorry.
So her behavior did not seem odd whatsoever after Michael Monkey Bond went missing.
No.
Okay. Now, has she always been a highly religious person?
She claimed she was, yeah.
But I mean, before the time, would you think like things she were posting or things like that, she got overly at some point religious? I hate to say that, because Christian people are gonna be like, how do you get over religious? But I mean, where you're just God this, Jesus this. Was she in that type of state of mentality?
After he went missing, yeah.
Okay, so but
that statement, I mean, I'm sorry, that statement seems odd. It just seems odd. He preemptively, he knew that, looking back on it, that she did, after this boy went missing, got, you know, ultra religious, more so than her normal behavior. And so much so that he preemptively answered Dolly's question before, you know, yes, yes, she did get over religious after Michael disappeared. You know, it just makes you, there's just a lot of stuff here that's just kind of, I just still have some additional follow-up questions on, but, you know, we don't know. Dolly may have asked them later down, so let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Oops, sorry.
Before that, she wasn't like gung-ho, like Bible thumping. I hate to say that. I'm gonna get beat up by Christian people later. I mean, you know, but I mean, so her behavior changed just a little bit to a little more religious. Okay, that's understandable. Now at some point, did you have a falling out with these people? Because I don't want to get into too much, but there's people that's been, you know, I can't give out my sources, but there's people that have been saying things that kind of been pointing the finger at you. Is there a reason that, like, did you have a falling out with Brandon? Did you have a falling out with Adrian? And why would these people at any point try to think you have something to do with this or be indicating that you do?
Dolly did a great
blows my mind.
This was a very thorough, thought out interview. He did an amazing job, an absolute amazing job. There was a couple things here that I saw that popped in here, and we all did notice, you know, her, when we looked into this, I know Guidance, we were all kind of honed in on this case at the same time. And I had discussions back then about this, and noticed after she was arrested, after we learned of her, just how weird and bizarre some of her TikTok posts were. If we still have those, if those were ever locked down. Maybe she's removed them since then. I might actually have them recorded. I can't remember. I was recording everything back then. Most people are guilty, go to God ASAP for forgiveness. What if this was, she wanted a child so bad and something happened. Maybe it was too hot and they didn't know what to do. Could that be a possibility? I think everything's on the table at this point. There's a lot of weird behaviors that are going on. It just could be a coincidence and they just got the short straw that day. Everything that they did just went terribly, terribly wrong, right? We've all had days like that. I don't know. But definitely him preemptively saying something about her going straight to God, it did. It's one of those other things that kind of is a red flag.
Give me a little leeway of what happens after the Michael goes missing.
I don't know.
Like, what goes on with you and your wife at this point in Brandon? Do y'all just normal day, everyday life? And what falls apart that leads to where we're at now? That's the piece that I'm missing, if you could fill me in on.
What do you mean what falls apart?
Like at some point in what is it, 2022, you go to jail for possession of that firearm, and you got, of course, Brandon out here giving interviews on YouTube and saying things, still people are saying things still allegedly, that they had evidence that somebody had spoke to them. Now, I don't want to get too far ahead because I want to kind of know where did y'all fall? Did everything kind of go south when you went to jail for the gun?
It's got to get there.
Would you consider, let me ask you this. Would you consider yourself friends with Brandon and Adrian right now? Or has y'all? Okay. So your friendship at some point has ended.
Oh, I thought I would have still had a friendship before I got out of jail. But when I started finding out they were talking all this shit on me, fuck them.
Okay.
Scandalous bastards, dude.
What does that
when you
mean?
went to jail, you were still friends with these.
What does anybody know what that slang means? He's called them, and I even put it in here. Where is it? I know I wrote it down. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. That's why. He called them Skittles bastards. Skittles bastards. What does that mean? What does Skittles mean in slang? Let me look it up. Hold on a second. Because he said that for abuse high dose by adolescents to generate, it says DXM is often abused in high dose by adolescents to generate euphoria, usually an auditory hallucination. What do you mean by skittle? A wooden object used as a target of a game of Skittles? There's got to be a different, that doesn't seem, does anybody know what that means? Scandalous? Did he say scandalous or Skittles? It sounded like he said Skittles. I misunderstand. Anyway, I'm deaf. Let's listen to this again. What does he say? I'm turning the volume up. Let's listen to it. I'm turning the volume all the way up. So if it's screaming at you guys, you might need to turn your volume down just a little bit. I'm turning volume up now. I think I'm turning the volume up. I don't have my audio equipment hooked up. Let's just see what he says. I want to hear this.
A friendship before I got out of jail, but when I started finding out they were talking all this shit on me, fuck them.
Okay.
Scandalous bastards.
Oh, you're right. It says scandalous. I thought it said Skittles. I even put Skittles on my paper. Like Skittles. You're right. Scandalous. Got good ears. I do not. I do not. All right.
So when you went to jail, you were still friends with these people.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So time you get out of jail, they've done you know, said things to the police, and they've said things to multiple YouTubers. I know that for a fact. And
Oh, thank you, Kelly.
And they, you know, okay. Now, at some point, a tip is called in to the Fruitland police. Okay. And people are telling me that this tip was called in to the Fruitland police by you. Is that true?
About the backyard, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
there it is, MJ.
I know this is going to seem a little strange, and I know this. You know what question I'm about to ask you is why did you call this tip in about the backyard?
I didn't call it in. I was being interrogated and being pressured, and literally to the point of tears. Like I told everybody, even the police and everything, I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have had nothing to do with this. I don't even know who this little boy was, or I mean, I can't say is because we've all heard who he is, but
yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
They had never questioned you about the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughan until you went to jail on unrelated charges, correct?
Correct.
So you was already incarcerated. You're in the cell. What did detectives send somebody to get?
I don't know. That's, and again, I run off source information. It until it's corroborated, is it true, right? I mean, it can be, but and I have to preface with that because according to my understanding from way back then, and this is not hazy in my mind. I remember when I was speaking to this particular source about the houses that were deemed uncooperative. And remember, if you guys are just tuning in, you might want to go back to the beginning when we started this, because I explained, I think it's the first 20 minutes of the show, I explained that we were out there and we had a source, and that source had given us house numbers of uncooperative house numbers. Some of the house numbers, like there's the same numbers but different roads in that community, if I recall correct. I'm almost positive because I remember seeing two different and I'm like, which house is it? There was one on one side of the road and one on the other side of the road. And but the long story is that we had a several homes on a specific list that were uncooperative or refused to speak to law enforcement. And their house number happened to be on that list. Now, their specific house was not. It's just, again, the list only showed house numbers. There were multiple house. Sorry about that. Looks like I got a little lag in the internet. A little surge. Sorry about that. Anyways, again, that there in the way my source had said it is that law enforcement had tried to reach out and speak to every single person in that community, and several of those houses either would not speak to them or did not return their calls or something to that effect. My understanding, it's something to that tune.
Get you from the cell to speak with you?
Yeah, I mean, it was so
what originally, do you know what originally tipped them off to you? Do you know that?
No.
Okay, but at some point you give them a tip. Well, we're going to get to that. But at this point you're arrested. They're calling you into question you about the Michael Monkey Vaughan, and just tell us how the interrogation goes, because I know you just jumped into that, but I want everybody to understand the timeline of this. So this is after you're arrested, you're on unrelated charges, detectives come and get you, and they say what to you?
No, this started out questioning me about, because this is when they transported me and Sarah in separate vehicles from Payette County to Meridian to the ISP, which is the Idaho State Police, and they started out questioning me of, was this the Bentley you owned and you sold? And I said, yeah. And then he went directly into this missing boy and tried to say that I knew something about it and tried to pinpoint me. And I'm like, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but I'm not that person. And then he's tried to pressure me more. And I was like, you know what, fine. I said, let's do it this way. Let's do a polygraph test. And
so, like, even with a polygraph test, we're going to learn. And did anybody hear of their polygraph test? Because usually they don't release those to the public. Do you guys recall ever hearing any results of any polygraph tests? The only ones that I know that were cleared were Brandy and Tyler. And the reason, and of course, the father, the grandfather. And the reason why I know that is because J.D. Huff came out and stood arm in arm with the family and said, look, it's something else. I remember that. He said he passed his. Yeah, exactly. No, I know he said his, but I don't know if is there any way that we know to corroborate it? Did we hear it from any other source? I just want to, I mean, if he's cleared, I'd like to make sure that those are out there for people. I wonder if he can get the results of those. Not that he should or anything like that, but if he has a good result, that might really, really help, because I know there's a lot of people's minds that are still iffy. I mean, we just did a poll in this chat and everybody was all over the place on how they feel about this interview. So.
And so he's like, you want to do a polygraph test? You're willing to submit to it? I said, absolutely. And so Sarah, Brandon,
so they bring you in, you agree to it, you take the test. Okay, go ahead.
So Sarah, Brendan, and I all got polygraph tests in 3 different.
Let me ask you this real quick. I hate to back you up. At this point, what is Sarah in jail for, and what do they have Brandon for? Why would they just bring them in?
Because we were named person of interest.
Okay, was that from a tip line call? Do you know?
No, this is what they told us. I don't know.
Okay.
So this is kind of, one of the things that are just kind of, I don't know why I'm just now thinking about this, but he was charged and he did have an attorney that was representing him on the gun charges, and he would have had a contact. He would have still had contact with whether it was a public defender or what have you. I almost feel like the public defender would have been apprised of him being interrogated for this, and it seems to me that, and this is another question that we may have, was his attorney in the room during his interrogation? I'd like to know if he was questioned without an attorney, especially when he was already charged with a crime. He should have had an attorney present at any questioning, especially already being incarcerated on other charges. But, the way the rules work, if it's not charged, I don't know how that, I really don't know how that would work. But it seems like he would, with an attorney actively working on his behalf, seems like it would have been fruit from the poisonous tree, if you would. Which I don't think that happened. I'm just trying to figure out how all this did happen. And if his attorney was in the room, again, why would he feel so pressured and interrogated that he would give law enforcement a false story? Because I know we've seen it in the past, because we've seen the Innocence Project and other things, which we're going to be talking about the Innocence Project later today or in the morning sometime, related to the Peterson case. I don't know if you guys saw that the Innocence Project is getting involved in Scott Peterson, which in my mind is just blown. We'll get into that on another topic. But with this being said, I would think that the attorneys would have either been in there or they would have to throw out anything that he had said. But he told them in there that it's possible, or that Michael Monkey Vaughn was in the backyard. which seems a little shocking because anybody here would be saying, why would he say that? Why would anybody admit to something like that? We have seen in the past that they have been bullied into confession. They had been, gone on for hours and hours and hours until their brain was just so confused and just so warped that all they want to do is go to sleep and just get away. And they have confessed, and people don't understand it. I don't understand it, but I can tell you, I've seen several cases be overturned because of it. It is something very noticeable when you see it in person. You can notice it. We've watched cases where things were overturned. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty hard to watch, but I can tell you, you get to it, and it just makes me wonder. We haven't seen his interrogation. We don't know how he was interrogated. Was he really being fully interrogated? Because we've seen Brooks Houck, right? We've seen Brooks Houck's interrogation, and they were able to throw that man in jail without raising their voice one time. Just having conversations. So I feel like that, were they having conversations and talking on things that he just didn't have answers to and he was getting mad? Or were they really slamming fists down on the table and you know more than you're saying, you need to tell us the truth. We want the truth, right? What kind of interrogation was it? Because the way he's making it sound like they were ready to hang him up by his toenails, So I just want to see if that, I'd like to, inquire a little more about the interrogation. What happened in that interrogation? What kind of interrogation was it? Was his attorney present at that interrogation? Just all the legal stuff, because I like to make sure everybody's doing their job the right way, even our law enforcement and our investigators and everything like that, right? We're dealing with people wondering if there's corruption in our legal system in the Karen Reed case. It's a legitimate issue. We're looking at corruption in the Alec Murdaugh case. It is a real issue, right? So we're going to want to ask those questions, because is there corruption here? I've met J.D. Huff, the police chief, personally. He seems like a nice guy. I got to tell you, I don't sniff corruption when I see him. But I see somebody that likes to know who's in his town. Right? We like J.D. Huff. But I can tell you that sheriff, he's not dumb. That sheriff's in the know, right? He's in the know. I'm telling you, I can look in that man's eyes and know he's in the know. He knows the good ones. He knows the bad ones. He knows who's doing naughty. He knows who's doing nice. He is freaking Santa Claus of Fruitland, Idaho. I can promise you that. That man's in the know. Okay? Doesn't look like it. Looks like a nice old country guy, right? Nah, that guy's got some. He's been around the block a time or two. I'll tell you that. He's in the know.
Okay. Is it possible that Adrian could have tipped him off to something? Maybe gave him a false tip?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. So they start accusing you of having something to do with the disappearance of Michael Vaughan, and you tell them you'll take the lie detector test. At this point, they have Brandon, they have Sarah, and do all three of you take a test?
Yeah, and it wasn't a retinol test or a retina test. It was literally a lie detector, your regular one.
Yeah, they hook up to you. They're checking your pulse rate, your heart rate, that type of stuff. Okay, and did you pass that lie detector test, or do you know?
I did. I was the only one out of the three people to pass that.
And there is my other problem, right? So this entire time, let's just recap everything that has brought us to this point, okay? We're going to go back and we're going to come up to the fact that he just said he passed his lie detector test and he was the only one out of the three that did. Now, we're going to take that in the most favorable light, and we're going to take that as that statement being true for the points that we're going to be making with the commentary next, okay? So again, we're going to go back to July 27th. July 27th in the afternoon, and I believe it was I think law enforcement is almost very specific on the time that they believe Michael Monkey Vaughan disappeared. And their timeline, their new timeline is between 6:40 p.m. and 7 p.m. A 20-minute window. Okay? That's a pretty tight timeline. I just want to let you know. For law enforcement to take the timeline they had and to condense it down to 20 minutes, it seems like they have a lot of information. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. That's just my opinion because of that small window of time, which is also good because he was only 5 years old, and you shouldn't have more of a window of time than that for, any parent, right? I have to think. I never met Tyler, and I understand why I didn't meet him, but I can tell you I met their daughter, and I met Grandpa, and I met Brandy, and they are a nice, loving, wonderful family that has been through pure hell. But on this particular, so they were good parents. So, that's a 20-minute window. And I can guarantee Pop was probably out there looking for him. He probably knew very quickly his son, there was something wrong. Okay. So the window's 20 minutes. So the day that Michael Monkey Vaughan went missing, July 27th, 2021, there was somebody by the name of Adrian Lucen in the community staying with the Wondras. Had been staying with the Wondras for some time. I don't know what that sometime is, but had been staying there for multiple days, if not multiple weeks. I'm unsure. Okay, do your own research on that. For this point, it's not going to make a difference. So we had 4 people in their house the morning that Michael Monkey Vaughan disappeared. Michael Monkey Vaughan didn't disappear until early evening, 6:40, 7 o'clock. I don't know if that's late. That's early evening, I'm pretty sure. Either way, this bad guy, from law enforcement standpoint, is notorious for a history of HT, human. And what do you do? What do you do when you get in the car and you have to drive? You're in what? Traffic? Okay, now you know. HT. Told Stacy that Adrian is notorious for that. So we have this bad guy notorious for HT in the community where a 5-year-old boy goes missing. Not only that, but there's Stacy Wondra alone by himself at the water pad. He says he leaves the house around 1, but he's at the water pad at 1:30. Then you fast forward to later that day when Stacy comes home at 4:30 in the afternoon, and then they decide to go within the next hour to go pick up Brandon's car. And they just happen to stop right outside of where Michael Monkey Vaughan disappeared. And one of the people that were in that vehicle that stopped on the side of the road ended up changing his clothes and washing his clothes and had a duffel bag with him. Then when they get home, the wife and that person that changed his clothes go out to look for him after they get home at 9:30 at night. 9:30 at night. And then all of a sudden, the wife half gets ultra religious. The other guy, the one that changed his clothes, Brandon, he ends up pointing the finger at Stacy. Meanwhile, Stacy says, I was accused, yet I'm the only person that passed my polygraph. So now we have to consider Stacy's statements, because how can they not pass their polygraph without him knowing anything that happened when this young child disappeared at 6:40 to 7 o'clock at night, according to law enforcement, and according to Stacy, all three, Stacy, Brandon, and Sarah, were all together from 4:30 in the afternoon until 9:30 at night. So I would like an explanation on that, because for me that doesn't make sense. Because it seems to me, in order for Brandon and Sarah to not pass their polygraph would mean they were deceptive about their day. Why was the only person that passed Stacy, but yet all three were together that day? What could Sarah and Brandon possibly be lying about that Stacy's telling the truth about? I think is the biggest question I have. Oh, thank you. One youngism. Youngism. That's cute. That's cute. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. God bless you. It took me a second. I had to look at your name for a second to try to figure it out. I was going to call you Wong or something. And I'm like, what is that? Youngism? I love it. I love it. Thank you. So you see where I'm saying, like, if they are not guilty, if these people are not guilty, or one of them's not guilty, or all of them, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe one had something to do with it, two had something to do with it, none had anything to do with it, none had anything to do with it. It makes you wonder again, how did two of them not pass their polygraph? It just doesn't make sense, because I've been doing a lot of research on these polygraph tests, and I didn't realize, I keep thinking, oh, this is 2023, well, it's 2024 now, but this is what I was doing back then. 2023, certainly we're past, false positive polygraph test, so I'm trying, I don't know a lot about them, right? So I'm trying to do some research on these polygraph tests to find out, how can there be false positives? It has nothing to do with the equipment. Duh, right? It's like, how can I not? I feel like some of this stuff, it's like, duh, when it's like you don't think of it, but when you hear it, you're almost asking yourself, why did you think of it? It's the questions. It's the way the questions are asked. So apparently, a bad tester is just that. They overcomplicate the questions. Whenever you're talking about a murder, you want very specific questions specifically to that murder. Did you murder so-and-so? Do you have knowledge of the murder of so-and-so? Do you know who murdered so-and-so? Very direct questions. You don't want let me see how I can complicate this. When Jane Doe was murdered on November 13th in the backwoods, were you there? Did you have knowledge of the murder? What are they asking? Nobody knows. You see that? Not consistent, way too vague. You need consistency, direction. It has nothing to do with the equipment. It has everything to do with the tester. How specific are those tests? You need to ask very specific questions. Do you have knowledge of the murder? Do you have knowledge? Or do you have knowledge who murdered so-and-so? Did you murder so-and-so? Did you participate in the murder of so-and-so? Very direct, understandable questions, not complicated, direct, and to the point. That's how those tests get screwed up. Didn't know that. Learned something. Hopefully somebody else did too. So there is the possibility that he passed his and they should have passed theirs, but for the tester. So I really don't know. I can just tell you there's some things that don't make sense so far in the statements. I don't know why I feel that way, but there's just some things that I think it just needs clarification.
Now, why if you're telling the truth about that night, okay, and they were with you that night, why would they fail the lie detector test and you pass it?
Mind boggles me. I don't know. I have no answers to that.
All right. So you take the test. You come back truthful. And then what transpires from there?
They did a couple more. That was in May that they questioned me. So they didn't come question me again and interrogate me until November.
And
Saying that they had more information. They're saying that I knew more information, which I didn't. But that's when I tipped them off and gave them that false tip.
Okay,
Because I was so overly pressured, and it sounds absolutely stupid, and I know it does, but I was way too under pressure. I was being interrogated for something I didn't do, and they kept telling me, "Oh, you know where he is. You know where you buried him." No, I don't. I said, but, and then I was like, fine. Then I broke down. I was like, you know what, fine.
See, he said I broke down, and I keep wondering, we need to hear that interrogation.
I made it up 100%, and I told him that he was in the backyard, which I knew he wasn't, because if he was, they would have found him.
Not necessarily. Not if they thought it was getting a little hot in the kitchen. Could Brandon or Sarah have done something after the fact? There's still the trip to Texas that people are really curious about, which Dolly asked them about. But you notice, well, I'll get to my comments on the travel stuff in just a second. Let's get to the him going to Texas, and then we'll have a conversation. Oops.
Okay, so, tell me what you told the police in your tip, if you would. Like, what did you call in and say? What was exactly the tip?
I didn't call in.
I mean, what did you tell them that was the tip? What was your, like, hey, the baby's in the backyard?
He was buried in the backyard, correct.
But you gave no, like, segue into that? You just said the baby's in the backyard? They didn't ask you how the baby got in the backyard?
Mm-mm.
They just said, okay, the baby's in the backyard, and they went and did all that stuff and dug up the backyard and things of that nature?
Yep.
How good do you know your neighbors?
How good?
Yeah, like, do you know your neighbors? Are you friendly with your neighbors?
I talk to Carson at least once a week.
Okay, once a week. What about the neighbor on the other side of you? Do you know the neighbor on the far side of you? Okay, so you know the neighbor Carson. Did he ever work for you or anything of that nature?
I had him do some mechanic work for me, yeah.
Oh, okay. So he was like an auto mechanic? Oh, okay. All right. So now you go to jail, you give them the false lead. Okay.
Jesus loves me.
Now, do you know what Sarah has been saying?
Her information is according to, from what I've understood, is not accurate. When the detectives came and interrogated me again in November, they played a bunch of video or voice clips from the detectives talking to, like, Sarah's foster mom and Sarah's parents, and all it was is, well, Sarah told us that he may have been part of the disappearance, but there was nothing.
So why would Sarah be saying that about him if she knew that she was with him at the time that this young boy disappeared? I mean, law enforcement will lie to you, don't get me wrong, but to be able to have those types of voice clips from family members, he would have had to have known that those were the right voices, that this wasn't a lie, that they truly said that. That means most likely Sarah said that to them. Why would Sarah say that to them if he was with her? And they were, 45 minutes away at Brandon's house, just pulling up to Brandon's house, hooking up a car, literally from, according to the timeline, when Michael Monkey Vaughn disappeared. It seems odd. I'd like to understand that a little more. Were they fighting at the time? Was Sarah trying to get him locked up? I mean, was there some kind of internal family conflict we don't know about? It just seems really suspect that his wife would be saying something like that. Usually wives, in all fairness, if it were true, usually try to cover the fact up, not broadcast it to family.
There's nothing concrete.
Yeah, so she went to somebody just spreading rumors, false rumors, and they reported it to the police, and them rumors included you. So now, let me ask you this. This question is, now when you was hanging out with the Adrian guy, how did you meet him?
It was a taxi customer that Sarah called me about.
Okay, so
this is where it starts getting weird for me, because this is another person that Sarah brought home. It is my understanding that the guy that Sarah got arrested for what was it, assault with a deadly weapon or something like that, where she threatened another male roommate with the gun. My understanding is that's how he ended up at their house as well. So I think I want to know how many times she's done this, because those are two that I can think about. And I have to think that this has been going on for a while. If you listen to Brandon's interview, it almost implies there might be more that she ended up bringing home and putting to work for her taxi cab service. And I knew that there was something going on with Brandon and her, because in Brandon's interview, he was basically trying to act like he ran the taxi cab service as opposed to Stacy. And I'm thinking, that's pretty bold. You're living in their house and you're telling him what he needs to be doing with his time. Like, at that point, I'm like, okay, this guy's got to be doing something with his wife, because I don't know anybody that bold. But hey, who do I know, right? I'm a divorcee.
So now, not to get too personal either, was Sarah sleeping with this man?
Yep.
Okay. So she was sleeping with him. Was you okay with the relationship with Adrian and Sarah?
I didn't know they were.
Oh, so you found out that after the fact. Okay. Yep. So she was just getting her freak on with a little bit of everybody? Okay. So you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, Stacy. You give them an inch. All right. Let me ask you this. So you remember that Brandon was wearing shorts that day, and he was probably wearing maybe a t-shirt or something of that nature. So it was it was a warm day. Okay. Now, have you ever known Brandon to be walking through that neighborhood? Did he walk around when he came over? Or did he just sit in the house? Do you ever go take a walk or?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay. So he would be known to walk around the neighborhood a little bit. Things. What about Adrian when he came over? How was he? Did he just chill? Did he just roam the neighborhood or?
He would just chill.
Okay. Now,
most of the time.
How do you know Adrian is involved in the type of things that you detectives told you this when they were interrogating you, that you were hanging out with a bad guy? Correct. But at the time you didn't know he was a bad guy.
Not at all.
You just met him through whatever, like a ride share type thing. And
so I'm gonna get back. Hold on, how far away are we? We're getting close to where he's going to start speaking about that Texas trip. Where are we? Oh, we're just getting to where he walks around. So he's going to be talking about what Stacy thinks happened, and of course he's not going to speculate on that. He says he's never seen the photo of the man that was seen walking, which I also, again, find a little odd. When it starts getting into, which is going to come up in the next few minutes, starts getting into the trip to Texas, one thing is very noticeable. They do odd jobs, okay? Odd jobs. Anything to make a buck, they're going to do an odd job. Just hear me out. So they're going to be going to Texas to pick up this dog. The dog's going to give them $1,400. It's a $1,400 job. That's a pretty good job, okay? People would love to have 2 or 3 of those jobs every single month. It's good money. They have the taxi service. That day that Monkey went missing, he had a fare taking from Ontario to Boise. That fare was $150. That's good money for them. It's excellent money for them. $150 for an hour and a half out of your day. It's excellent money for them. And so, with this guy being entrenched in HT and them shipping, again, it just, I get why law enforcement may have been looking in their direction, but does it mean that they are responsible? That's the question. I'm still on the fence. I still, even if Stacy didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, a lot of people talk about how calm his demeanor is. He's kind of just chill. He's just answering questions. He seems really relaxed, not uptight. So I just, it's kind of hard because he seems like he's just trying to bare his soul so people will believe him. And so I'm bouncing around with all of that, knowing, trying to decipher. And I got to tell you, it's hard because he's got such a calm, cool demeanor. And again, it brings me back. How in the world is this man a felon? He just doesn't, somebody that can't even possess a gun or vote. Like, how did he get here? I guess because he just seems chill. Pew, drugs, weed, deal in these businesses are a front for what's really going on, in my opinion. You must be responding to somebody else about a front. Really? A front? Yeah, maybe the taxi stuff. Yeah. I was thinking that too, Jules, because she's picking up a lot of guys and bringing them back. And, they're not really advertising by conventional means. They're taxi cab service. And I've never heard of the local whatever. And, they said they've advertised on Facebook like maybe one, or Craigslist like maybe once. I don't understand why they're not in a directory for taxis or something like that. But we have more knowledge, about that type of stuff. Sometimes I want to believe than the rest of the world because we're entrenched in true crime. Does everybody think that way? Could this be going on in a small community like Fruitland, Idaho? It's almost hard to believe, but what? I got to remember that I know that my politicians have told me that the cartel's here in my community. And if you told me that, several years ago, I would not have believed it. I still don't believe it. I don't want to believe it, right? Could that be going on in a small community like Idaho? I would like to say no. It wouldn't be going on something like that out there. But this day and age, who knows? Who knows?
Now, what made you start really bringing him around? Like a
bring him around. Sarah wanted to help him out with a place to live. Because Adrian, I guess, gave her a sob story, and Sarah called me about it and asked how.
How do you get in a conversation about somebody's living arrangements when you're literally taking them from point A to point B? I just don't recall. I've used in my 20s, I've used taxis like it was going out of style. Okay, I lived in a diluted state. Okay, So it's like, I don't ever remember getting that personal with my taxi cab driver. I don't, we get chit chat. But again, it comes back to, I might believe that he suckered her into this if it was her first rodeo, no pun intended. But it sounds like this was a behavior of Sarah's predominantly, that she would go pick up fares. Next thing you know, the fare came home with her. I remember talking about it way back in the day, and I remember thinking it was, with my prudiness, it's kind of, that doesn't make me feel comfortable. I don't like thinking of things like that. I just don't, when you're married, like I'm traditional. When you're married, you're married. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. To each their own. But it just seems like a behavior that she seems to have. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if that is hers alone, but I've never heard anybody ever say that Stacy wouldn't picked up a fare and brought the fare home. So far I haven't heard that statement yet. I'm just saying, just pointing out the obvious over here, folks. That's all I'm doing.
Well, I felt about it. I told her, I was like, I don't think it's a good idea. So we don't even know who this guy is, and I'm not okay with it. Okay. But she did it anyways.
Well, she did it anyway. She just okay. Mm-hmm. So at this point, you got basically Brandon living with you. Okay, you got Adrian living with you. Did you ever
shit? I'm stealing your shit. Y'all, you ain't gonna strike me for it. I got no content. I had to steal yours. I'm so sorry. No, I'm just joking. You did a great. I just want to personally. I just want to personally say you did an amazing job on this interview. You really did. You did an amazing job. I love the fact that you just, the timeline. You did. I just can't. I want to give you. There we go. We'll put the big one on for you. So we're being just ultra. Well, we're being moderately critical. We're being moderately critical of the interview. Not your stuff. You did an amazing job. Just some of the things that were said, and just some confusion. That's all. But you did an amazing job. Just hands down to you, Dolly. I gotta say, you did. This really helped. And actually, I'd like to. I gotta say, I got notes. I'm the new paper cut Tina over here today, okay? I'm replacing her for 5 minutes, okay? Because I got to tell you, I think I did get a paper cut. No pun intended. But I'll send you my list. I'll send you my list. I know you're going to probably have another interview with him because he left it open to you. So I just got some follow-up questions. But he did great. You did great. But it's a tough one. It's just a tough one. So we'll get back. We'll finish it up. But just to that, thank you for this. I really do want to tell you did an amazing job.
Ever have any other roommates prior to that, like right before that?
Oh, we let people stay, occasionally, but not roommates, no. Okay.
Who was the last person to stay with you before Brandon and Adrian?
I don't
remember. You don't remember? Okay, I know that's a good while ago. And like I said, I noticed the detectives told you that this man was into these types of things. Did they tell you anything else that may, lead us in the right direction?
They informed me that Dorothy was incarcerated as sex offenders, but.
Okay, so after you do the tip, you call them in, they dig up the backyard.
Something about S offenders? Let me go back. I want to hear that again.
Lead us in the right direction.
They informed me that Dorothy was incarcerated as sex offenders.
Oh, Dorothy, the neighbor, the lady. Remember, we learned about that. we learned about that. Okay, never.
Okay, so after you do the tip, you call them in, they dig up the backyard, they do all this, and they don't find Monkey. What did they come back and say to you?
They haven't talked to me since.
They haven't talked to you since. So at some point,
What do you guys
they
think
had to
that
come to the
means?
conclusion that.
Do you think that means that they're over him? Like they're no longer looking at him? Or do you think that they're just like, we've got it? Because there was, I mean, if I recall correctly, now again, I'll have to go back and look at the interview, but I remember Chris McDonough being out there when they were digging up the backyard. And I remember JD Huff being there. And I could have swore someone, either JD Huff or someone in the media that spoke to him, said that they had a cadaver hit on the ground. How true is that? Did they just, because they thought that Stacy was being legit, they just said that so they could get the warrant? Is there some fruit from the poisonous tree issues here? You know, I just wonder, did they, you know, because I mean, Stacy is saying things and we need to look at those. We need to look at all avenues. Could they have inappropriately got a warrant for his property? I mean, he did say he's in the backyard. I think that would have been sufficient for a warrant, and he's admitting that he said it. So why would they need to go that extra step to say that there was a cadaver hit? I guess is my question. But am I mistaken that? Did I happen to hear that from rumor, like in a chat somewhere, and it's not true? I can't tell you. I don't remember. I got to find it.
They knew you were lying. Have you ever worried that could come back to bite you in the butt a little bit?
Yep. If it does, it does. You know, I reap what I sow. But
yeah.
No.
Let me ask you one major thing, and I don't.
That just seemed like an odd statement too, because it just seems like he would say something on the lines of something when Dolly asked him, "Do you think this is going to bite me in the butt?" It's like they wouldn't leave me alone. I figured if they they wouldn't found for themselves, I have nothing to do with it. Maybe they would just leave me alone. I don't know. I just think I think I would have expected a different answer than that one. Like, yeah, well, maybe it might, And he says something else later down that kind of, makes me feel Brian Cobery in a statement. And it's Pennsylvania attorney Brian Cobery, not like Brian Cobery serial killer Brian Cobery, but you know what I'm saying. Like something that his Pennsylvania attorney stated in one of his statements after Brian was returned to Idaho. There's a statement Stacy says that reminded me of that Pennsylvania attorney. Stay tuned.
What do you think has happened in this situation? Like, I know this is just hypothetical. What in your mind can you imagine transpired in your neighborhood that day?
What do you mean?
Like, what do you think happened? Like, do you think somebody kidnapped him? Did he fall into the river? Did I don't
have any response to that. I don't know. I don't even want to speculate.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, I guess it's personality stuff, because I'm a person that, you're accusing me of this horrific crime. As soon as I get out, I'm putting my nose to the freaking grind. I'm going, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting, I want to know what's going on. Why am I being accused of this, and who did this crime? But that's my personality. When it comes to me or my family, I'm a freaking pit bull. I was hoping he would go Don Wells here. Oh yeah, I know. Right? Sorry, I'm on one computer. I'm in office number 2 today. I'm chilling like a villain.
never noticed nothing strange about any of the occurrences that were going on. Have you seen the pictures from of the guy walking on the sidewalk in front of the splash pad?
No.
You've never seen the picture of the man that was a suspect in the disappearance of Michael Vaughn that was walking on the splash pad?
No.
Okay. I don't have that right handy to pull up to show you. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick for you, Stacy. There was a man,
understand how
and he was caught on CCTV, and he was wearing shorts, tennis shoes, and a white T-shirt the same day that Michael Monkey Vaughn went missing.
I don't see how he did not see that. It was my understanding that image and the other vehicle was literally plastered day and night on their news. Now, I don't know how true that is. That's just what I heard. It's just hard for me to believe, but again, I digress.
My question is it possible this man could be Brandon walking through the neighborhood? Because this picture was shot earlier that day. It wasn't around the time that Michael went missing, but it was a gentleman walking through the neighborhood. And I'm just curious, is that gentleman possibly could be Brandon taking a walk? Not possible.
And how was he so for sure? Because he didn't get back to the house until 4:30 that day. When was that? Does anybody remember when that photo was taken? I can't recall either. I probably should have looked it up, but I knew this was going to be long, and I didn't want to put any more into the show than just going over this. Does anybody know? I'll go back and look.
Okay. All right. So let me see if there's anything else that I wanted to ask you to clear up real quick. Okay, so then when Brandon came back out of the house,
this is when it starts getting a little weird. You know, some of his statements, I have to be honest with you, this is right when some of his statements that he says start I don't know. Some of them are almost a little scripted for me, like him not wanting to even speculate on what happened. Like, I just don't understand why he hasn't asked anybody any questions about nothing when people are pointing the finger at him and looking at him. It's like, you know, I would think that you would want to ask, you know, maybe a neighbor or something, what have they heard? But it doesn't sound like he did that, or if he did that, he didn't want to share that with Dolly. But either way, let me just get on with this and I'll stop it where I need to.
He bring the duffel bag back with him. Did he bring the wet clothes back?
Oh, he does ask. Thank you, Dolly. I forgot you did ask this. You just didn't ask it at the area that I asked this very question. Why didn't he ask him about the duffel bag? But you did. So let's hear this.
So the duffel bag that he took to his mother's house, he left at his mom's house to clothes, and he just basically went in, changed, washed those clothes. Okay, now.
There's that question. So again, it comes back to when you're talking about the frickin' laundry, which we talked about, it comes back to why couldn't he use the washer and dryer at the Wondra's house to wash his clothes? He was living there, right? I mean, he was sleeping with Sarah Wondra. That's a question I've always had, is why couldn't he wash his clothes there? And if he took clothes home to wash them, why didn't he take clothes back with him, clean clothes back with him, so he had clothes to wear the next few days? That's just, I'd like clarification on that. But again, now we know for a fact that he went in the house. He was in there for 10 minutes, according to Stacy. He went in there with his clothes. He washed his clothes, changed his clothes, and didn't bring any clothes back. So, like I said, I can kind of see why law enforcement was looking at them. If they're not guilty, this must have just been a day from hell. I don't know.
Did you talk to your wife since they accused you of these things? Not that you've done it, but since they accused you of it, have you had a chance to talk to Sarah at all?
She had called me a few times. She called me the other night, actually, and I literally laid into her. I was like, "Oh, Olive, come on." I had told her pretty much that I was done with it, and I'm not going to give her any Not even. I mean, I contemplated maybe trying to, you know.
He can't even say it. He can't even say it because we know he's got that. He's got his other girlfriend. It has to be his other girlfriend in the room giving him drinks and bringing his dip to him. And he's talking about Sarah, like, you know, I was contemplating possibly getting back with her, but he couldn't even spit it out of his mouth because he's got another chick looking right at him. I guarantee that's what it is.
But
how long had you been? I know you must have been with her. Have you been with her for a long time before this transpired? How long have y'all been together? I don't know. That might seem like
only 6 years. 6 years in April.
Oh, okay. So yeah, y'all been. That's almost like being married in a lot of states. So y'all pretty.
Oh, we are married.
We are married. That's right. 6 years. Oh, that's right. Her last name is Wondra. That's right. Okay. So you have spoke with her. Has she spoken to you saying, "Hey, I can't believe they're accusing me of this"?
Oh yeah, all the time.
And what does she say? That she has nothing to do with it? Fill me in a little bit on.
Typical stories, yeah.
She said,
I just can't believe it. I'm so appalled, and you know, I just don't even care to really talk to her. You know, like I just and she won't ever go into specifics. You know, she's too smart for that. She's not. Done.
She's too smart for specifics. Now, these are questions. Like I'm sorry. I'm just. What is he? He was with her. He's telling the world he was with her from 4:30 on, and he is just now saying she's too smart to go into specifics. He's almost implying that she did have something to do with this child's disappearance, but he didn't. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I mean, we can listen to it again. Like, what is he too smart for? What? If she was with you, what we're going to listen to that again. That's just all we're going to do. We're going to listen to that again because that just blew my mind.
Well, I just don't even care to really talk to her, you know, like I just and she won't ever go into specifics, you know, she's too smart for that. She's not dumb.
What does that mean? Just like, what in the world does that mean? Okay.
Now, somebody asked in the chat, if it was to come out that one of your friends had something to do with this, would you testify against that person to what information you had that day?
What do you mean?
Like, that's what's the question. I didn't ask. I would have to, you know, the question was in the chat was, if one of your friends ended up being responsible for this, like say it's Brandon that did something bad or Adrian that did something bad, would you be willing to testify against them, your friends? Which you say ain't your friends right now, because apparently they...
Hell no. They aren't even, I wouldn't look at them as a friend, but in order to testify, you have to have firsthand knowledge, and I don't. So I can't testify. I'm not going to testify and lie, you know what I mean, on shit that I don't know. So no, I won't.
I mean, but you would testify to the timeline that you gave, right?
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, that's basically what we're saying. You know, just, you know, the timeline of the same story you're telling us. You can't tell something you don't know, of course. We know. How you gonna be like, yeah, I would, you know, you can only tell what information you know, and you're openly been sharing information with us, and I think that is great because these dudes are hiding and they're putting out information and they're kind of pointing the finger at you. But at least you're opening up to come up here, open up for questions, tell what happened that day, and you're not hiding from it. And I think that shows a lot.
I have to be honest with you. That's what is putting me on the fence. I will not lie. It's what's putting me on the fence. The fact that he is coming out here, he's kept a calm demeanor. He, you know, no matter really what question you ask him, he doesn't go and blow up or, you know, get angry or have those, you know, what I would conclude to cues, you know, cues of deception, things of that nature. But he's just keeping calm, cool. You know, the only thing I've noticed about him is when Dolly's questions are a little bit longer, he gets confused as to what's happening to him. But we know he's been in, you know, at least one horrible bull accident, and it left him, you know, And some certain, I just keep wondering, did he have a head injury in that particular event as well? Because again, he just seems like the longer the question gets, the more confused he seems about what's being asked. And that's the only thing I've noticed so far.
Okay, a lot. Is there anything else you want to say to the viewers? You know, that you didn't do this, that this is all just a misunderstanding by the police, or anything of that nature? Is there anything you want to leave the viewers with tonight?
I just want to thank you all for, you know, coming on the live, and you know, I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Eve, who's also been a really good support to me, and you know, I've been.
No, I'm laughing because we know she ain't just been your support. Stop it. Stop it. We know what you guys been doing. You've been supporting, all right. Sorry. It's just how he said it.
A really good person that's been helping me go through my troubles, and you know, a huge shout out to you, Dolly Vision here, and you know, just want to say, you know, you guys are doing amazing. You guys keep doing what you're doing, and you know, I hope you know, justice gets found for Michael.
One last thing before I let you go, like during this whole process, there was a point that y'all did take a trip together, you and your wife, maybe to Texas or something of that nature.
Yep.
Okay. What reason did y'all go to Texas? Just curious.
To go literally pick up a dog for Amy Church, who is a resident of Idaho.
Oh, okay. So y'all did that as a job, like a odd job.
We got paid for it. We got paid $1,400
to drive to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, to pick up a dog.
Yeah.
Hey, that ain't bad. So y'all just drove down there, grabbed a dog, came back. How long was y'all gone to Texas?
I think probably 5 days. I mean, it takes like 3 getting down there.
Yeah, I've only been to Texas one time. I've only been there once. It looked big. It's big and scary to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I ain't used to big ass places that many people. You know, I was in the airport and I think Houston or something, and just like my anxiety kicked in. You know,
trust me, we know it doesn't take an airport. What was it? I can't remember. Was it a squirrel? I don't know. Dolly, it was your shadow, okay? We can't take you anywhere. You know, if there's more than 2, he's scared. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Don't be mean to me.
You know,
come out of his own turtle shell.
Does she suffer from any kind of anxiety, anything of that nature?
She had to have. I mean, I knew something was off with her when I married her, but
yeah,
I didn't know she was that far off. Holy
shit. Let me ask you this, not to keep backtracking. The stabbing herself with the pins in between the finger things.
You don't even like shadows.
Yeah, that was all pen ink. That was all.
Yeah, I caught that much. Does she have a lot of nervous twitches like that?
No,
because I would consider that a nervous twitch of somebody.
Yeah, no, she does that when she gets anxiety a lot. Gets under stress. But
do both of y'all suffer from anxiety, or just her?
I did struggle with anxiety. I suffer from it sometimes, but I have all my shit under control. You know, I did.
Yeah.
I was in group homes from 11 to 23, and every bit of me is 100% like, I know how to handle my shit. You know what I mean? Like, I learned to cope different ways, more so than other people would know how to do. So I don't get the same anxiety that she does. I handle my things way differently than she handles hers.
Okay, so today, Stacy, you're telling us you're 100% without a doubt have nothing to do with the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn.
1,000,000%, not even 100%.
And you would testify to the timeline you gave to where your friends were at that day.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, there you go. There you go. It's been a long journey here because I talk forever and ever. Amen. And I have a lot to say. But that's why you guys tune in, isn't it? Isn't it? Because I have a lot to say. So, again, let's just recap. Let's recap it from a true crime perspective, okay? From a true crime junkie perspective. We have a guy that law enforcement told Stacy is notorious for HT in the same neighborhood with a little boy that disappears, and both of them end up leaving. Michael disappears on the 27th, and Adrian goes bye-bye. No longer ever seen in Idaho again, okay? That whether he went in the morning or in the afternoon, those are just the facts. We're not getting into the timing of it. We're not saying one has anything to do with the other. We're just putting the facts out here. We have a bad guy in the community. He disappears on the same day a 5-year-old child disappears. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? And then we have the group that stops out exactly in front of where this boy disappears from. We have another one that was with him when they stopped outside of that intersection where a boy disappeared from. They've got him going to his house, washing his clothes, changing his clothes, and leaving within 10 minutes and never bringing any additional clothes or the bag back with him. He comes to their house. They don't even get out of the car. They immediately start searching. And then all of a sudden, Sarah's starting to get ultra religious. They're investigated. They're interrogated. They're polygraphed. 2 of the 3 don't pass their polygraph. And we have some timeline issues. So again, I can kind of see why law enforcement was looking at them. Now, again, law enforcement hasn't brought charges. The charges that were levied were dropped. It makes us wonder, was this a red herring? Did they just think that they had Stacy? Stacy's just got frustrated with them and said, "Go dig up my backyard. He's back there. If you think I had anything to do with him, go to the backyard and dig it up," right? And when they didn't find him, they stopped talking to him. Eventually, the charges were dropped for Sarah with the charge of failing to report a deceased person. We were all scratching our heads saying, what gives? And they're saying they're moving. They're moving. We've heard months ago that they are moving and charges will be brought anytime now. Well, now Stacy Wondra is out of jail and he's saying, hey, I'm being falsely accused. I didn't do this. I keep wondering because I'm looking at him. Dolly is absolutely right. This guy's coming to, he's taking mainstream media. He's taking social media. He's coming out here professing that he didn't do it. He's fielding every type of question. I haven't heard him say, I'm not going to answer that one time yet so far, right? He's keeping a calm, cool demeanor no matter how tough the questions are. He's not getting flustered. He's not getting frustrated. If he doesn't know the question, he's asking, what question are you asking? And I'm going to give, I feel he's being mostly true. So far, I think he's being mostly true. But there's a lot of things that don't make sense to me. And the things that don't make sense to me are very critical and crucial to this case. So I'm still on the fence, but he makes me feel more confident. However, I still feel the way he's acting, in my opinion, I feel he knows his wife and Brandon did something. And I feel that maybe if he, I don't know, I feel like if he feels loyal to them in the sense he hates them, they're not friends anymore, but he feels like if he comes clean, he's going to get in trouble himself. That he must have had some part into something with this if they are truly the people. But he said too many statements in his interviews that are just too odd for him not to think that his wife is involved somehow. Predominantly when he sat there and said, she is too smart to go into any specifics. it almost implies that he knows she had something to do with it, but she's too smart to get caught. So, but even at the beginning, he says that, she's got major problems that she may not even know right from wrong. So I feel like even though he's getting a divorce from her and he's very, very angry, I still feel like he still has some love for her, and that he's probably still in shock that this is even going on. And he's, it doesn't seem like he's not the smartest tool in the shed. And I don't mean that in any disrespect, but it's obvious. And, maybe he's processing things differently than we process things. And some things are maybe he's just in an unbelieved state at the moment. He probably, even though he's going through the motions, he's probably still can't even believe he's having to go through these motions. But I still have a problem with, I could have sworn, hold on, let me look up here. Let me see if it'll let me talk it. Cadaver dog hit in the Michael Monkey Vaughn case. It may not have been. Let's see what this one says. Sorry, guys, just bear with me. An article from December 8th, 2022 says police in Fruitland continue to investigate the disappearance of 5-year-old Michael Monkey Vaughn, who was last seen July 27th, 2021. Most recently, investigators searched the backyard of a home where they believed Vaughn's remains were buried, but found no additional evidence. Ground-penetrating radar and certified human remains dog detector was deployed in the backyard of the neighboring residence. A press release states no additional evidence was found, and there was no indication that Michael had been in any other neighboring yard. The purposes of the search was an investigative step to eliminate all other possibilities. This comes after investigators excavated the entire backyard of a neighboring home on Redwood as Fruitland, after a credible tip led them to believe Vaughn was buried on that property. After a week of digging, press conference of December 1st, J.D. Huff said they believe Michael was abducted, killed, and buried on the property, then moved. They also shared the identities of 4 individuals who they believed to be living in the home at the time with knowledge about Vaughn's disappearance and death. Sarah Wondra, Stacy Wondra, Adrian Lucien, and Brandon Shurtleff. At last week's press conference, investigators revealed that Adrian Lucien and Brandon Shurtleff were staying with the Wondras at the time of Vaughn's disappearance. They believe Lucien, from Toledo, Ohio, is currently either in Ohio or California. Investigators say Shurtleff is from Kuna and is currently in North Dakota. The police department is working closely with Fayette County prosecutors to continue. So I would think that they would have put in this report from mainstream media that there was a actual cadaver hit. So it must have been rumored. I'll look into that to see. But if there is no cadaver hit in that backyard, then how did we get to the Wondras other than their arrest? I mean, in all fairness, when you look at this case, the Wondras are mentioned absolutely nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. There's no outside of them living in this just across the street in a neighboring community. As far as anybody can tell, that's the extent of any kind of connection to this family. Until you look at their behaviors and then you realize that they were out in front of right where, within feet of where Michael disappeared from, earlier that day, supposedly, allegedly. There's a lot of weird phenomenons that happen for the Wondras that kind of make law enforcement look at them, but there's plausible explanations for almost every single one of those things so far. So are they still looking at the Wondras, or have they changed their sights on something else? Because we've been hearing for months that they are getting ready to file something. The prosecutor, they're working with the prosecutor. They're getting really, really close. But we've been hearing that literally for months. Did this case just blow up in their face? Do they have to start at the ground level, or do they really have something meaningful and very credible to link these 4 people, 2 of the people, 3 of the people, 1 of the persons, to the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn? I really don't know. So far, the only time I ever heard of Wondra's name was when I found out she was arrested for failing to report Michael Monkey gone. And I can tell you her house number was on my list of uncooperating houses. So, you know, that there could be more there. There could be nothing there. This could be a whodunit. It really, truly could be. And it is. But it brings us back to, maybe we need to go back to the beginning of the file and start working backwards again and seeing if maybe any new leads pan out or shake out. Somebody knows something. But it's been a long time, and they've been focusing on these 4 people for quite some time. I would think that if one of these 4 people, 2, 3, or all 4 are involved, at this point they should have something on someone. They couldn't have done this alone. Somebody had to have broke their silence. I mean, look at Brandon. He couldn't even do an interview without drinking and throwing back 5, 6 beers in one sitting in an hour and a half. Don't tell me that man ain't getting drunk and blabbing his mouth. He's gonna be telling everything he knows. Somebody knows something. Somebody needs to come forward. Somebody needs to come forward. I wonder if Brandon's still out there in North Dakota in this blizzard weather. We need to go hunt him down. Hunt him down like the animal he is. No, I'm just joking. But, you know, we really don't know. That's why I'm not being so mean or judgmental to them. You know, when I first learned about them and we started hearing and looking into their history, I remember one of the biggest things that I said was, OMG, you know, she's bringing a lot of guys home from these fairs. And I think maybe even at that time, I might have thought there was something a little more going on with the whole fair thing. And were they getting paid for other services rendered or something like that? You know, we don't know. Would I think something like that's going on in Fruitland, Idaho? Of course not. But, you know, it's kind of hard not to notice that Adrian is not the first fair she's brought home. So why is this a behavior of hers? I don't know. Like, I'm serious. This day and age, I'm sorry. I'm not bringing a freaking stranger to my home. I value my life. You know what I'm saying? Like you talk about, I know Dolly teases all the time about Jason Voorhees, but I mean, you're talking about me literally putting toothpicks in my eye, you know, to keep my eyelids open. So I'm sorry. This is my private home. This is my personal abode. This is my refuge. I don't know if I can just pick up some stranger on the side of the road and bring him back to my home. You know, somebody I don't know. I mean, if I wanted to really help somebody, what she could have done if he was down in his luck is maybe not charged him for the fare and sent him over to a hotel to help him out. I don't understand why she keeps bringing him back to her home, her private home that she shares with her husband. It's just strange. It's just strange to me. I'm sorry. It's just ultra weird and strange to me. All right, guys. That's all I had. I know I just wanted to kind of get, you know, some of my commentary. Hopefully, if anybody gets Stacy back on, you know, to do another interview, maybe follow up on some of those things. I know one of the follow-up questions was about the laundry. But I'd like, you know, and Dolly got that answer that he didn't come back with any fresh laundry. I mean, Stacy said that he just threw it in and washed it, that he didn't throw it in the dryer, but I would think that he would want to have exchanged, his old clothes with some fresh clothes if he wasn't going to wait there until come on. I know guys can kind of go commando and stuff like that, but I don't know if that's what they do. And if he doesn't go commando, didn't he get some drawers or something to I just can't think of it. I'm a little ish when it comes to cleaning of the, maintaining from head to toe. Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to know. Okay, I'm nosy like that. Is he a clean MFer or is he a filthy one? Like, I want to know what kind of person is Brandon? And why couldn't he wash his clothes at the Wondras? Why couldn't he wash his clothes in the duffel bag? And where was their washer and dryer? Was their washer and dryer broke? This doesn't make sense, because if the Wondras went to, like, say, a laundromat, like they didn't have a washer and dryer at the home, and you would think Brandon would accompany them to wash his clothes and vice versa. I don't know, it just seems really odd. There's just a few things that seem really odd about the story when it comes to details that could or could not have any type of meaning or anything like that. Anyways, I digress. You guys have a great day. You guys have spent enough time with me. You guys have spent 4 solid hours with me. It's been an amazing time. I appreciate it. Again, Dolly did an amazing job on this interview. Just hit everything. I liked the whole walking through, just dot by dot by dot. What did you do? And that's how I'm going to go back and get the timeline. I don't know if I'm going to make it public, but I will share it to some of the creators. But there's some areas. So if you guys talk to Stacy, maybe we can clear up those areas and get a good timeline for him, Brandon, and Sarah for that day. That would clear up a lot for everybody. Once we get it where we can just bring them a freaking, something to put up here and say, look, there's no way that this happened, right? I think that's really the only way we're going to be able to help them. If they didn't do it, because I got to say, I don't know anybody else in this community that has all these different check boxes, and there's a lot of check boxes being checked in law enforcement eyes against the Wondras. And if they didn't do it, what happened that day? Yep, they sure do, Snow. They sure do. So that's just my 2 cents. Don't spend it all in one spot. If you guys see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe and kind to one another, especially in the comment box below. You never know what day somebody is having, so you can make or break them. Be positive. God bless.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.